parish level, the parish being the lowest economic planning unit. The purpose of the PDM is or was to increase household incomes and quality of life, as highlighted in the NDP 3, deepen decentralization, enable inclusive, sustainable, balanced, equitable, socio-economic transformation, and increase accountability at all levels. Now, consistent with and in the fulfillment of our dual role as the civil society sector, the role of complementing government programs, but also holding government accountable by monitoring the programs, NGO Forum, together with our partners and other civil society organizations, including the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, Accord, Deniva, reviewed the conceptual framework of the parish development model, and that was in 2022. Our review documented a summary of our position on the conceptual underpinnings of the PDM. The paper that we produced assessed the mechanisms and structures for the implementation of the PDM. It identified policy processes that needed to be fast-tracked to enable the implementation of the program, and presented some of the opportunities for civil society to engage with the process. The findings that we generated from this research were shared with the Ministry of Local Government, and more particularly the PDM Secretariat. Recently, in 2023, we conducted yet another assessment. This was 2 years later, and this was to review the implementation phase of the parish development model. This assessment proposes strategies for sustaining the model's benefits in the long term, regarding some of the logistical challenges that we had identified, some of the community-related aspects with the view of promoting stability and community engagement. As part of this process, and as a way of deepening these engagements, we have organized this civil society government stakeholders dialogue to discuss the issues that have emerged from these assessments. And I'd like to note that it's not only the NGO Forum or CSBAG that have done these assessments. We know that ISA, the Institute for Socio-Economic Rights, has also done similar assessments. The World Bank has recently concluded an assessment, and they are also, I think, trying to finalize their report. Recently, we also engaged with the Office of the President, where they had done some form of monitoring, and they had produced a report, and they were engaging different stakeholders on their findings. So it looks like there are quite a number of stakeholders that have conducted assessments of the PDM. And this is not by accident, because the government of Uganda has indicated variously that the PDM is their magic bullet to lifting 39% of subsisting households out of poverty. And therefore, every stakeholder has an interest in making sure that it is successful. So this dialogue is organized to offer an opportunity to discuss the progress of the PDM, explore any opportunities that might be there for adaptation, also to deepen and quicken the achievement of expected results. More specifically, we seek to create a platform to discuss the PDM implementation, best practices, challenges, and opportunities. We also want to offer a platform for government to share progress of the PDM and enhance the capacity of participants to understand the PDM strategy and implementation framework. I think in one of the reports that we did, we discovered that quite a number of stakeholders didn't actually understand what the PDM was about. They just thought it was yet another cash distribution program of government. So I think this will offer an opportunity for our stakeholders in government to clarify the PDM strategy. And then, of course, lastly, marshal and mobilize stakeholders to support the implementation of the PDM, but also offer ideas on how this can be improved. We have really quite a robust team of panelists today and stakeholders in the room. I see our friends from the Humanitarian Platform for National and International Organizations. We have the Office of the President, represented by my good friend Vincent Tumusime. Vincent is from my alma mater, He always tells me I have to say that we went to school together at the University of Cape Town, where we discussed how to do development differently. We also have friends from the Ministry of Local Government, and particularly the PDM Secretariat. We have representatives from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We have representatives from the Parliament of Uganda. We also are expecting some representatives from the district local government. I'm looking for the chairperson of Ivanda district, who is supposed to be sharing perspectives as well. But more importantly, we also have representatives from the district where the PDM was launched, Chibuku district. And if you're here, please just raise your hand so we can acknowledge your presence. Perfect. So you remember that the president launched the PDM in Chibuku. We also have representatives from Budaka district. Budaka, if you're here from Budaka district, please raise your hand so we acknowledge your presence, and they are seated at the same table. We have representatives from Yumbe district. Excellent. All the way from West Nile. So they crossed the river twice, you know. So thank you. And they're here before some of the Kampala dwellers. And then finally, we have representatives from the district local government of Maracha. So if you're here, if you're from Maracha, please just raise your hand so we can acknowledge your presence. Yes, those ones also crossed the river twice. So thank you so much for coming. And the reason we have these particular 4 districts is that's where we did the assessment. So we had to go to the district where the PDM was launched, but also selected both districts from the Eastern Uganda and West Nile to be able to conduct the assessment that we did in 2023. And we have, of course, the hosts, the civil society organizations, our friends from CSBAG, ISA, and if I don't mention your organization, it doesn't mean that I haven't taken note of your presence, but we really, really want to thank you for joining us for this particular dialogue. We are pleased as well to have Mr. Jonas Mbabazi. Jonas Mbabazi worked closely with the NGO Forum, and particularly myself and Juliet, to conduct this assessment. So really want to thank you for the support you provided, and Jonas will be presenting some of the findings from the paper. You might ask, if the assessment was done in 2023, why did it take you this long to actually have a discussion on the paper? And the reason is simple. We had to have conversations with the different stakeholders to make sure that our findings are consistent with actually what is on the record. So we had an engagement where we were invited graciously by the Office of the President, particularly the Economic Monitoring Unit, to actually discuss some of the findings that we had and got a lot of feedback from them. We also had an engagement with the Ministry of Local Government, where we received incredible feedback. We also had an engagement from the National Planning Authority, and other stakeholders were brought in the room together. So this really helped us enrich some of our findings, but also validate some of the things that we noted. So we have to underscore the fact that it's very possible that the findings then, or the challenges identified in 2023, now could have already been addressed by the government. And we'll hear from the PDM Secretariat on how some of those challenges have been addressed. So that was an introduction to this dialogue. My name is Chris Nkwatsiwe. I work at the Uganda National NGO Forum. And to kick us off with an opening remark, I would like to invite the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum, Dr. Moses Isova.
Thank you, Chris. Was that a clap for you or clap for me? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Most welcome to this dialogue. We know that today there are all sorts of messages coming across, but glad that you are here. And to discuss quite an important subject. But let me start by saying that a couple of days ago, when I was informed that we're having this dialogue, I told a friend of mine that I would be speaking at the dialogue on PDM. And in soliciting his thoughts, he wrote for me a poem. And I'd like to crave for your indulgence that I read for you this poem that this person wrote for me. and then I'll say a few things. He said that PDM is not per diem. So let's first clear that. And then he goes on and says, Uganda is quite very innovative. It is ordered that all should be rich, at least at every parish level. Imagine everyone has an idea on how to do something to get themselves out of the poverty line. Money from above has fallen like manna. Each and all are entitled to the booty. It is the parish development model. All are welcome to pick. Many have come forward with bowls. As many have come, not all of them are qualified politically. Still, the money that have come, they are eating the money as an expression of gratitude. Haven't they voted the powers that be, year in and year out? Why not get a new wife from this per diem? The dear leader is very generous. To each citizen, he has rewarded their faithfulness with a daily coverage. And they're laughing themselves the watering wells. Those who know Uganda, they will say, Aveo, Aveo, long live His Excellence. As the distributors dip deeper to fatten their path, the parish development model has in one way as if come to be a voter's reward. That was the thought from this friend of mine. And those were his opinions. They say everybody is entitled to his opinion, but not to the facts. There is a minimum consensus when it comes to the parish development model. And that consensus is that this is a program that is intended by and large to get people into the money economy. Whatever that means, it means getting people out of poverty. As Chris did give the statistics, I think the idea is that to get about 17.5 million Ugandans clustered in about 3.5 million households out of poverty. We've had programs like this. I've been around a little long, and I can remember programs like Entandikwa and other programs that are intended to get people out of poverty. The parish development model is definitely a welcome model. And when it was launched in 2022, everybody welcomed it with excitement. But like many other government programs, they often have some teething problems, teething challenges. And PDM definitely has not been in any way unique. We thank God it has survived infant mortality. It is now more than 1 year. But the challenges are not in short supply. You'll hear people repeat of the ineffectiveness of the parish development committees and the parish and the circles. You'll hear, like this friend of mine who sent me this poem, saying there's the program is overshadowed by political patronage and potential abuse. You hear there's limited participation of the recipients. And also you hear that the program needs to be cured from the hangover of other programs that were there before. Because whether those other programs were successful, there is a bit of skepticism when it comes to the transformative potential of PDM. As Uganda National NGO Forum, we press quite a very high premium on government programs and making sure that we can support government in whatever way we can. And that's why, as Uganda National NGO Forum, Deniva, Accord, CSBAC, and other partners, felt we needed to do an assessment to be able to keep the finger on the pulse and see how can we, mitigate the skepticism. How can we be able to plug the trust deficit so that this program can succeed? Because as I say, the minimum consensus that this is a program that should succeed and it must succeed. How can we address the misconceptions and the contradictory messaging that is always going around in terms of PDM? whether some are calling it per diem, whether calling it whatever. How do we address the challenges of political patronage, especially as we go into 2025, which is going to be a year of elections? I said that, there is ineffectiveness of the parish development committees. How do we improve that? Now, it's always important to remind ourselves, if you are Ugandan, that the parishes really are in the district. Could be elsewhere, but they're in the district. And while this is a program that was intended and is intended to deepen decentralization, it's important that we pay attention to the local government structures, because at the end of the day, the supervision, the oversight is going to be happening at the local government structures. It's going to be very important to be able to support local government in whether with funding, so that they can be able to play their oversight role at the different parish levels. And we, as Uganda National NGO Forum, as civil society, we think that conversations like this help to keep the finger on the pulse, continually do assessment together with government, together with civil society, together with everybody, so that we can actually be able to see how we can press forward with this program. And so it's my singular honor to welcome everybody to this dialogue today. And we hope that at the end of it all, we'll actually come out with ways and means in which we can actually be able to make PDM to be the parish development model that transforms the lives of our people. That transforms not only the 3.5 million households, but more. Because we know what to do. And because we know what the people want. And those that are in the room here are perhaps the people that can actually be able to provide the right medicine to ensure that this program succeeds. So thank you so much for making the time, and wishing everybody a fruitful deliberation. God bless.
All right, thank you, Moses. Now we'll invite our friend, Mr. Julius Kapwepwe. Most of you know him from the UDN. Julius now is at the PDM Secretariat as an advisor, and he will give welcome remarks and then also present the overview of the PDM strategy, achievements, and best practices. Can I check that the PowerPoint is ready? Andrew and colleagues? Oh, okay, perfect.
Thank you, Comrade Chris. Comrade in the struggle, so many struggles. So far achieved and others not, but the struggle continues. The struggles actually continue. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, but allow me to recognize the ED UNGOF, as we usually call it, the directors, Tumsime from Office of the President, and Semugoma from Ministry of Finance, but also the civil society organization representatives and civil society fraternity, and the media, and all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen in your different capacities, including Ndugu Weduro. I'm always harassing him. What is happening in Parliament now? He did a stint on Parliament. You could please stand up for... Yeah, he's a product of civil society, so we are so happy about so we thank God that today you are not at Parliament, because you never made it the other time. So, but I think in the next round you should. My name is Julius Kapwepwe. I work with the PDM Secretariat. We are hosted by Ministry of Local Government at Workers' House in the middle of Kampala, in the middle of the city. Could please go to the next slide where I'd make, as that happens, I'll quickly say that I have made a bigger paper. Oh, I ran this myself. Good. That I have done quite a bigger paper. Obviously, having started late, as Chris has highlighted, won't be able to go through each and every aspect. The intention was that if it is to be distributed to members at some point, then could have a broader check through and even critique. But also to say that I'm here to explain PDM as we know it, or provide updates as opposed to defending. So I am not here to defend, I am here to explain, and I precisely do that. First things first, as we always say, the Lord's Prayer, our Lord, we always recite it so many times. So beginning with the obvious, that PDM, from how we have it, is neither a program nor a project, but a strategy. So that already has several conceptual variances, and that is okay. What is important is to come and we reason together. But the strategy for what? For accelerating wealth creation. Accelerating means something is already happening. You're already on the road with your border, or with your vehicle, and you're accelerating. You are increasing momentum, so that we can see increased quality of life of Ugandans. We can see increased, literally, peak government from the center to the parish, and from the higher local governments and sub-counties and wherever, get it to the parish. I've always joked that including what looks difficult, like migration services. Have migration services in your sitting room or under your mango tree. How? Once you have good internet connectivity, for instance, of which we are making effort that happens, amongst many other things, and other broader efforts by government, but also by all of you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen from your institutions, that we can be able to even have something like migration services at a click of a button. We are guided by Vision 2040, so we are not talking about a 2-year, a 3-year, a 5-year kind of outlook, as has been said in some quarters, but rather looking at the long haul. And that we are mainly for now targeting to work with uplift the so-called 39% people that are in a subsisting situation. And I don't want to go into the philosophical discussion of what is subsisting and all these discussions, but just present it precisely as such. And that also we are looking at working with 10,594 parishes, hoping that the moratorium on creation of new administrative units will not have been uplifted at some point in the course of, because then it would take us to getting back to the drawing board and doing some new arithmetic. That population of 39%, as earlier highlighted by ED NGO Forum, is 33.5 million households or families. So we've decentralized from up there to come up to the household by intention and by action. And that translates into about 16.3 million Ugandans. Perhaps the new census results will give us a new outfit, a new figure to work with. As per now, that's what we are talking about. We're also talking about synergy. As it says in Isaiah, in some of the godly books, come let us reason together, come let us work together. Have the state actors, have the non-state actors come together. Perhaps not so strange to many of you as I look across in this room. That's the whole tenet of PDM. But work together for what? To ensure that we fully implement this animal, this mammal, which looks huge. If you are talking about full throttle of this thing across the entire country, not dotted parishes or dotted villages in some, but every inch of this country. No wonder PDM, in my view, has widely been talked about, perhaps because of the sheer size and the outreach if to the ordinary mwananchi out there. Perhaps in some of the cases that has not been as such. The goal, for emphasis, increased household incomes. For emphasis, transformation, socio-economic transformation. For a bit of measurable objectives as we go along the way, a bit of parameters on indicators, how shall we realize we are achieving? Can we see increased food security at the household level? Wealth creation, where it was non-existence, was not in existence, but also increase where there was a bit of jobs, where there was hitherto nothing, but also in some of the cases increasing the intensity and the numbers. But then improved service delivery at the end of the day, with the epicenter or the center of gravity being the parish or the ward in the case of urban centers. In terms of what underpins PDM, legally, for instance, we borrow the momentum for PDM from the Constitution of Uganda as amended, but also from the General Decentralization Policy Framework, as earlier highlighted by Chris. And I'm not going to go into the details of that, but unless invited to do so. But the broader democratization path, that now we want to let people determine their own affairs. The Muganda would say people should kwegabira, they serve themselves. But creating momentum for that to happen is precisely what we are doing at this point. But also a number of other commitments by Uganda, if you took a case of the Sustainable Development Goals, and where, for instance, last year in September, when there was that global review of how are we doing as the world on SDGs. In the case of Uganda, the PDM, alongside other 6 priorities, was credited, was distinguished as the way to getting or to contributing to leaving no one behind, even with the short period of time that we are talking about remaining to that mark we had earlier set ourselves as a people of the world. More precisely, you can't have all this as a broad spectrum without programming, and I'll touch on that later on. But to say that in the first 5 years, we are looking at the 39% population, but going forward, that will even be bigger. And I'll add on that PDM is for every Ugandan, of course also non-Ugandans by extension, and that is the outfit, the contextual outfit that we have in our heads. On why we are targeting the 39, I'll not go to that. You look through on your, at your own pace. We want to bring more people from underproduction to increase their productive capacities. I'll also take the opportunity to mention at this point, but also later on, that PDM, the inclination, when you look at the categories of the people that are subsisting, they are largely in the agricultural sector, or rather what you can describe as the agricultural sector. Because in some of the cases, somebody has half a banana, has half a potato, but also calls that agriculture. So that's the undertone of, but also that we, perhaps it's enough, we've had enough time being a supermarket of other economies. We import Irish potatoes from, what you call Irish potatoes from Kenya, for instance. You have, in Chijezi, you have a season. In the Masawa area, or what you call Ergon, another season. In between, there is a huge deficit. And you are importing Kamondi. You are importing Kamondi really from a neighboring country. So export for imported from this and the other. You are importing one-day-old chicks. KLM, some people have never even seen the KLM, but the one-day-old chicks are always, enjoying their flight coming to Uganda. Is that a narrative we need to continue with? You are importing gonja, this gonja plantain, from DR Congo, perhaps the reason for the integration amongst other things. You are importing fruits. I captured something ahead on fruits. Can this move? Point it where? Yeah. You are importing many of these, including these kinds of mangoes at Nakasero Market. I had a big debate with my wife. That time I was defeated. She said, "You come, we go." And I was so shocked, annoyingly shocked, to find mangoes of such a nature imported from Kenya onto our markets. Not in juice form or anything else, but just as you see them. You are importing apples. That one I don't have to delve a lot into it. So in terms of scope, what is in, at least for now, what is out? So that we can, I'm taking a bit of time on this so that we can have conceptual clarity on a number of things and perhaps revisit our minds, and then we can target better and have better conversations, informative conversations. PDM is for Ugandans, except for the leadership of the circles, as earlier highlighted by Comrade Isova, and the seed capital, the famous 100 million shillings. That one is a no touch for certain people unless you are subsisting. Yes, pro rata when we started and still going, but with the census results coming in, we shall be looking at the issue of equity, so that those who have bigger numbers of subsisting households can have a share different, or can have a bit of contribution to the parish by government different from another parish or ward that has a different figure altogether. Initial focus, very clear. Priority enterprise commodities. Yes, when we started, there was a choice for 18 commodities because of the ecological zones across the country. Even so, the final guidance we got from His Excellency the President, who is the head teacher for every one of us, whether you want or not, was that we should limit our value chain investments on 7 enterprise commodities. And that's precisely what we are working with, challenges notwithstanding. In some of the cases, you'll find some people have stepped beyond, but then our duty is to sit with them, work with them, and we don't have those new cases, such cases recurring. But also, we are looking at people with very small acreage, piece of land in where people are lucky in one place, but in some other cases, you'll find that the land is even scattered. You have the half piece here and the other piece on the other side, and that kind of stuff. That's the context within which our country is, but also that we are, for emphasis, that we are for on farm and off farm. So the value chain investments, it is not that everybody has got land to keep doing actual agricultural practice, but somebody say could be a transporter, could be a processor of certain commodities, of coffee, I could have my coffee brewing. We've just had a bit of coffee earlier on, some of us, along the value chain investment, so that we can increase the value, quality and quantity, and then income from our products. There has been a bit of misconception in some cases, confusing PDM with the myoga. Agriculture investments is the focus of PDM. Services is mainly the focus of the myoga, and I don't have time to go into that. In terms of how much money does a person get, because I talked about the seed capital, 1 million shillings as the minimum, 1 million shillings as the maximum. You choose where you want for. With an interest of 6% per annum or per year. And that is basically to deal with inflation. In terms of repayment, from the time of borrowing, please use this capital, use this profit you've been making up to the third year when you are able to pay, whether in a lump sum or in bits, and then you'll be good to go. Because this is a parish revolving fund, it will never come back to, it is envisaged that it will never come back to the state coffers. It will be a fund at the parish or the wards to catalyze development aspects at that level. It comes as a grant from the center. No wonder a bit of confusion on the so-called Akasimo or just a gift. Indeed, it is a gift, is 6%. How much do the money lenders, for instance, charge, even per month? So, arguably, I don't want to go into the intellectual discussion of that, but yes, it could be a Akasimo, even if from the parish, from the circle, from the village bank, from the parish bank, to the beneficiary or to the borrower, it is at just that 6%. Precisely to keep the value of money, as I'll touch on it again. Now, in terms of programming, this is the summary. We've chosen to continuously use this as an illustrative summary of what PDM is or is about, and that it is comprised of 7 components, and not parish revolving fund. If you looked at pillar 3, where there is credit, that's the parish revolving fund. So even if it was for intellectual discussion alone, and we said that PDM is equivalent to pillar 3, financial inclusion, for heaven's sake, there are 6 subcomponents under financial inclusion. So I hope this helps in clarifying a number of things. And I'm not going to read through verbatim because I know I will not have all the time. But so allow me to continue and say that you can see some of the 2 pillars or components we have put in blue because of the challenges of limited capital and underproduction, as we have highlighted through our inputs and even of basic things. The target is that we increase investment in agriculture under pillar 1, on farm and off farm. But oftentimes, because of the high cost of capital for investment, then component 3 or pillar 3 becomes very, very instrumental. I have 15 minutes, so I'll just rush through. Becomes very, very instrumental, and all these others become attendant supporters. Because, for instance, how will you evacuate your produce if you don't have a good road, you don't have a bridge, you don't have many of these things? I'll also say that in terms of programming, we couldn't take on this thing without being organized, and precisely we chose to be organized as a government, and that is what we anticipated to achieve, so that at the end of the day we are able to deliver. So at times it is laughable that a number of things are really overjudged, because you need space for a child to be born. to walk around, eventually go to top class and do top class exams, not of P4. So in terms of programming, I'm not going to run through into all this, but in terms of planning, for instance, the mobilization, and they have the circles in place, a whole elaborate process around that, the certification, take the gospel, people understand it, those who think the people are identified, even with the lies of Ugandans, and you have a bit of distorted data, because people are giving, some people at least are giving wrong information or data about themselves, and you have a multitude of challenges. But in terms of programming configuration, this is what we've been able to, this is how we've been able to program ourselves. So I don't have all the time. We said 7 pillars, and this basically is a summary of, what the many things that we have achieved this far. I'll only say that in terms of implementation, it was kind of being done in reverse order. That you need an instructional outfit, for instance, to be able to build other things upon, pick the necessary data, challenges notwithstanding, and then be able to do the implementation. But because of the limited time, I'll quickly say as such, that, for instance, we recruited parish chiefs across the country since colonial time up to when PDM started. The institution of the parish chief, many of you, I don't even think you even bother about it, was at 48% staffing. Now it is at 100%. Of course, with the degree of somebody has gotten married and shifted elsewhere, or has gotten better grass and gone to the other side. A bit of those, somebody has died, God forbid. But beyond parish chiefs, we shall continue to establish broader infrastructure for service delivery, extension workers, harmonization with the number of non-state actors on the curriculum of extension services provision, for instance, so that we are able to work and support our Ugandan population, to work with universities, to work with narrow centers and many other people, so that we are able to harmonize our interventions, the quality, the standards, and deliver required services and materials, goods and services that are required by our people. Digital infrastructure. We have banked on 2024 census tablets, and that will be a great relief. While there was an attempt earlier on to purchase the tablets, for instance, because we are going digitalization, we are utilizing technology. We were advised to wait a little bit so that we don't have multiple funding, but maximize efficiency in the use of the deployment of money. And so wait a little bit in spite of challenges, and now soon we'll have all that infrastructure of tablets to the parishes and permanently resident there to do other government work as well. So we think we are moving in spite of challenges. We've been able to establish the key at the parish now. We've been able to establish the key PDM structures at that level. The Parish Development Committee, many of you call it LC2. Those guys have been oriented about their role on PDM, even though in some cases there were levels of inadequacy, even though in some of the cases they needed much more money to do the operations, government has been able to provide 1 million shillings per year. A PDM circle, or the parish bank of the future, which will be largely digitalized. While we started physical and manual and all this, we are going digital and things are beginning to happen. And also with the other broader government investment in internet connectivity across the country, because this is not divorced from anything else that our government is investing in, we should be able to do better. The circle operations, because we are getting issues around distortions at that time, but government has provided money to be able to have operations costs covered. The enterprise groups have been established, And those for us were very, very, very key infrastructure. Even if we zero down to the parish revolving fund, because I think money is always exciting. That is the status. I don't have the time to run through, but as we speak, we have capitalized communities with over 2.2 trillion shillings. I don't think that is a small investment. So a number of other circles, you'll notice the variance in the figures, 585, while the other one in terms of target that we intend to achieve is 594. So there's a bit of cleaning up we are still doing. If you have an error, you are not simply going to continue as if you are a robot, you are a machine. You need to step back, clean up, and then be able to proceed. In the overall, even for the last financial year, government has provided 100 million shillings, 100% for every parish in this country. So government itself is doing a lot of investment as we look at other potential investors, foreign or domestic. And that already will catalyze a lot of local economic development and the broader macroeconomic achievements we intend to see. In terms of documentation, preliminary success stories. Our definition of success is not impact. You've all been to school, you know what impact means, having answered the so what question at the end of the day. But the indicative picture of the state of affairs for those that have gotten resources. What is the situation like? There are those that have been described by Isoba. You called it per diem or PDM. A bit of that. But our eyesight also shouldn't lose a bit of this. Yes, 1 or 2 pigs in this particular case, it was because this particular lady from Bududa had already sold the area stock and gotten money to do some other things. I wish I had 3 days, we would go through many of these stories that in their hundreds that we have collected. Similarly, this lady, hitherto with nothing in terms of an economic opportunity, we see that she has started to invest. There was this particular case of the Narongos. The Narongos are the mothers of twins. They formed an association, and they have been able to do some wonders. We are having discussions with the other government funds like GROW so that some of these can begin to be nurtured through with purposes of growing to even being higher level enterprises. And some of you, I guess, have watched a bit of this. We've been out there, but also on YouTube. It's never late. You can check for yourselves and see people's real evidence from ground, because it is verifiable. We take GPS, we take their phone numbers, but also you come from those communities. You can say, no, that person is not a correct one, is manufactured from somewhere. So there is increased investments because of PRF. We've seen the 6% are just quickly repeated that it is not for purposes of government making profit. As CS Bag has taught us, NGO Forum, UDN, and a number of others, East African Budget Network, that every shilling counts. So we want to largely maintain the value of the same shilling that has gone out. When it comes back to be passed on to someone else, it still carries the same value because of the inflationary and attendant things that you know about. The Islamic faith has had positions around PDM and money, calling it interest. Discussions are on. There will be a conclusion around that, and we are able to move. We don't look at it from the government side as interest, as riba, as some people have argued. We've seen where money has gone. I don't have all the time to run through, but we have seen emergence of traders, of other people who are not direct recipients of the Parish Revolving Fund. Somebody starts a nursery bed because the guys who have gotten money will come to buy from them. That's additional creation of wealth that hitherto was not there. Where is the money going? That's the national indicative picture. I will not have time to go through one by one. I believe the paper will be passed on to you with verifiable evidence. We have the background data, and we can always have deeper discussion around this. But zooming in, even at any local government, this is the macro picture. But I just chose Ajuman district and looked at any date, clicked in and just picked any date. This was the picture as at November 2023. Where was the bulk of the money going? I see food crops. Even for food crops. So does that meet our food security inspiration and underground work that had been done? But even in the case of food crops, what is the situation like? No response or something? Yeah. Even in the case of food crops, we've interrogated further because we shall get to the bottom of things. Even in the case of food crops, in the case of Ajumani, where is exactly the investment, the bigger investment or the least investment going within the food crops family? And we see that soybean, for instance. Therefore, in terms of strategic planning and some of these elements, can we see somebody adding value in the case of Ajumani, focusing on soybean? You don't go gambling. We are using logic, we are using science so that we are precisely able to deliver on our expectation. In terms of even the special interest groups, we still kept Ajuman and just to check what the state of affairs was at that time. And this is what we see. While there are guidelines on the percentages of, this is what we see on ground. So that tells us that you and I have got a lot more work to do so that people can fit within the guidelines, or rather the guidelines need to look at the reality on ground and respond accordingly. But in terms of financing, for instance, this is what we've been able to see. Of course, you have a male who is the youth. You also have a female who is the youth. We can have an intellectual discussion about that, but in terms of categorization, generally, this is what we are seeing. For instance, while the elderly should have been 10%, we see that it was 14%. And those are a number of areas as we implement, begin cleaning up and building up. Ackford would say building and binding. Expanded production ecosystem. I don't have time to talk about that, but we've seen beyond the traditional trading centers, things come even further down. All these are happening in your country, but at times I hope you are aware. We have seen somebody in Uganda bring a hatchery because people have money in the local economy, and that is a beneficiary, but an indirect beneficiary of, because it's not the primary target necessarily. Digitalization. At the click of a button, we are able to know what is happening across the country in spite of internet connectivity challenges. And we have developed a dashboard system to do our monitoring and many other things and management. At the click of a button, we can get you the information that you perhaps is in our custody. And these are kinds of things you are able to see. You can generate reports. You can see PDM capitalization up to a particular circle. And we are making effort once the full digitalization has been done. Initially, we disbursed manually, but once because of political pressure, somebody talked about politics earlier on, but as we come to that realization and the bit of LAR so that we can do our work, we are having everybody on a PDM system. And we are able to tell at the click of a button what is happening to a very, very, very large extent. We can tell where investments are going, in which particular enterprise commodities, and so how do we work around that, you and I. We are quickly say that amongst the digitalization, just like you have mobile money, in the case of MTN, you have Airtel money, government has also introduced what is called WND, also for strategic reasons. The others are largely private sector players. Tomorrow, if they say, we would wish to switch off for 2 minutes, what will you say? Will you stop them necessarily? Perhaps they have switched off. So to begin to think about this fragile financial sector is also to begin thinking about creating our own capabilities, and not just for PDM, but for the benefit of the broader economy and operations, just like you would literally do with mobile money. Challenges, again, notwithstanding. In the case of Kagadi, for instance, we've seen somebody disburse to 196 beneficiaries within 4 days. Quickly, because things are getting digitalized. You don't have to suffer with so many things. That's where we wish to go. We are not yet there. We've seen the long distances hitherto. In the case of Rambura as an example, and generally many parts of the country, you have the loan branch of a bank, physical bank. But as we go this, you don't need physical premises to be able to operate. Corruption, I would say that the initial money that we had tried to pass through the local government systems, part of it got injured, it got wounds. The good news is that that money was recovered 100%, and many of you will bear witness. Was recovered 100%. And we are not just talking for sake of PR, because I said I have not come here to do PR. I have come here that we have an intellectual discussion. You have your own evidence, please bring it forward, and together we deal with it. As far as our records are concerned, that initial money was fully recovered. And there are witnesses. I don't have the time to ask for witnesses. And that because of that also then government said we are no longer going to go through so many hands, but work through direct from the treasury to the parishes. I see Chris is very annoyed with me. If he's not giving me 3 minutes, I will continue. I will quickly say that beyond the parish revolving fund, government has sent 1 billion shillings to every local government in this country for purposes of advancing another pillar of PDM, and a lot is being achieved, but also a lot of challenges around there, as you know, in some of the cases in contracts management. Energy, a lot is happening in terms of investments. So my message is that under PDM, we need to work together to improve services, harmonize, and we work together. That's and we can deliver a number of such services that are critical to Ugandans. I want to quickly go to this one. As I wind up, a number of challenges. It hasn't been a cup of tea all through. The misconception that PDM equals the parish revolving fund, but also that even those who are not within the 39% category want to come and dip their hands into this. Yet there is a whole menu of various government wealth creation funds. I think on another occasion, NGO Forum, you could invite us, and we look at critically at those other wealth creation funds, so that you actually realize you don't need to go and dip your hands and quarrel with some people in the parish revolving fund. The 1 million shillings, when you can have access, government guaranteed and supported, of 10 million, of 50, of billions, depending on your category. Enterprise groups still need a lot of support, as highlighted by SOBA. Yes, the investments have been done. A lot more needs to be done by you and I. We can do a lot in achieving this. The national IDs, in the case of PDM, it is the only unique identifier. People don't have passports, so the national ID, some applicants don't have it. Those that have, for many of you, are expiring this year. So government is doing a massive investment again to be able to update and comply with the various protocols that we have as a country. No. I should be coming here. Value addition and markets. While some people are worried about all the circles, some 1 million shilling has disappeared. We are getting more worried about the market of this massive production that is going to happen. And some work is already happening, OWC, or Operation Wealth Creation, taking lead with a number of other government institutions. For instance, to begin identifying agricultural processing facilities that had been left behind by CAIP, by NUSAF, by a number of other programs, so that we can link them to our producer groups and utilize them. Add value, then you have a longer shelf life to take some of these goods to the market. Partnerships with CSOs, that's why when you invite us, we must spare all the time, in spite of the pressures, and make sure that we are here at Forge partnerships and working together. So basically, to remind you that we are in phases. You are not going to do everything at once. You have strategic plans yourselves. You have annual work plans, quarterly, and a number of. So our implementation is not devoid of such. And when all that has been said and done, that's the kind of parish we wish to see. It may not necessarily have the straight roads as you see, as you know you're telling in Uganda, but the point is on interconnectivity of communities and access to goods and services accordingly. Thank you.
I think Julius deserves a bigger round of applause. For some of us who didn't know what the PDM was about, he helped us understand the conceptual framework of the PDM, but also really highlight some of the things that have been achieved. And that's why we're really, really glad that the PDM Secretariat came. Now, this is intended to be a conversation, and that's why he didn't have 1 hour to make this presentation. But we'll make the copies of the presentations available to everyone who has come if you registered with your email, so we'll send you an email with the copy of that presentation. Now, we will just have one more presentation before we go into the conversation, and that is by Mr. Jonas, I always forget the other name, I don't know why, Mbabazi, Jonas Mbabazi, who supported the NGO Forum in conducting the study that we did. And Jonas is not going to go through the conceptual framework because that has already been elaborated. He's going to talk about some of the findings we found in the districts we surveyed. Use this.
Good morning. I think that Mr. Julius Kapwepwe tried to explain what the PDM is all about and how far we've moved as a country in the implementation of the parish development model. It has been a buzzword since 2022, and we have been part of this conversation ever since. I was part of the first assessment that Chris talked about. I have also been part of this assessment. I have also been part of the World Bank assessment on the assessment of the implementation of the PDM. So I relatively understand the nooks and the corners within the implementation of the PDM. To begin with, we all saw that that the PDM is underpinned by the understanding that Uganda intends to move 39% of the households into the money economy to ensure that every individual within this country is able to move beyond subsistence and have some money in their sector, in their pockets. And my presentation will try to delve deep and see, since February 2022, how far have we moved? And we will be paying attention to particular districts where we undertook this assessment. My presentation will be structured as follows. If you could have that presentation on screen. I'll talk about briefly about the introduction, the background, the structure and scope of the model, the methodology for our assessment, the key findings, and then experiences from selected districts, key PDM implementation challenges, and then conclusion and recommendations. I may need some help with this. To begin with, we note that Uganda grapples with significant poverty levels, where almost 20.3% of the people are in poverty, and the rate of poverty varies from region to region, as we will be seeing. But when you're able to see, for instance, our national development plan, you'll be able to note that poverty varies from region to region. When you look at Karamoja sub-region, for instance, the poverty levels are different. When you go to Bukedea sub-region, the poverty levels are different, but the national average is estimated at 20%. And according to the most recent poverty estimate from Uganda National Household Survey, tells us that in rural areas, 1.3 million people are poor, or they live below the poverty line. And the predominance of subsistence economy is a stark reality in our country. And like we said, the 39% of those households are looked at to be income poor, are estimated to be 3.5 million households. During the COVID-19, we saw sliding in terms of poverty rates, and our poverty increased by almost 3%. And we see government coming into play to be able to ensure that we can be able to move this population out of subsistence, and then hence the coming into force of the parish development model. Like earlier speakers have said, it is mainly intended to transform the subsistence households into the money economy. When Julius was presenting, he looked at these, he called these low income, low saving categories. It was inaugurated by the president, and we look at Kibuku to be the maker of the PDM, aiming at eradicating poverty through localized development initiatives, community-driven, community-led development initiatives. And it looks at the parish as the fulcrum or the hub of this parish development model. Like Mr. Julius said, the parish development model is looked at as a whole government approach. And that is why it is being looked at as a comprehensive strategic endeavor, focusing on transforming households from subsistence to monetary economies. And it is expected that it would leverage local resources, it would leverage existing structures, it would leverage the local community and the enterprise at the local level to be able to achieve its objectives. In terms of its structure, it has 7 pillars, and Julius ably illustrated that. But in terms of coverage, the PDM is one of those unprecedented programs in terms of volume and coverage, having reached all the local governments in this country, having reached all the sub-counties and all the parishes and all the villages. Some commentators say that it's one of those commendable interventions that the government has undertaken. However, it is also being viewed to be extremely ambitious. It has an institutional infrastructure, starting with the National Policy Committee, and this National Policy Committee is the apex forum where all the decisions are being made. And the National Policy Committee is expected to be receiving feedback from the PDM Secretariat on a quarterly basis to be able to address issues coming from different working groups. We have PDM working groups, and these working groups are aligned to the different pillars, and we have lead agencies for each of these pillars that steer the PDM working groups. And then the local governments and cities, where we have also other structures at that level, that take forward the implementation of the PDM, then the parish, the wards, and also below that we have the parish development committees, the PDM circles, among others. So all these structures are supposed to be working together in what Julius called a whole government approach to ensure that they deliver on the promise of the PDM. Particularly for this study, the methodology that we employed was as presented on the screen. Our timeline was October-November. That is when the study was conducted. We undertook extensive literature review, looking at different guidelines, different reports of local governments, reports of the PDM Secretariat, Ministry of Local Government, among others. We also looked at a deeper understanding or detailed study of different districts, 4 of the districts, and those included Kibuku, Budaka, Maracha, and Yumbe. And we also conducted key informant interviews involving district chairpersons, RDCs, CAOs, production officers, commercial officers, CDOs, councillors, parish chiefs, and among others. And finally, we conducted focus group discussions, and these included beneficiaries of the parish development model, members of PDCs, opinion leaders, religious leaders, parish chiefs, and potential PDM beneficiaries. In terms of experiences of the PDM implementation, as of November 2024, that is the status that we were able to capture, having covered 177 local governments, and the 177 includes cities, it includes municipalities, and districts. Local governments at that time that had disbursed the parish revolving fund up to 100% were 42. The total capitalization at that time was 1.14 trillion. The number of circles that had received, that had been registered were 10,594. Number of households that had accessed the parish revolving fund at that time were 1 million, as you could see. The amount of the revolving fund that was disbursed at that moment was 996 billion. And then we also had 146 billion still on the accounts. But overall, we had a disbursement rate of 87%. We further note that this performance demonstrates a remarkable progress that government has made in implementing the financial inclusion pillar. Looking at other pillars, we realized that nothing much was being done, and that also defeats the whole government approach, because it was a section of a few departments that were moving towards the implementation, and others were laid back, citing financial issues. Most of the local governments or departments were expecting new money, and that new money was not coming. We saw that departments such as the commercial office, the production office were active, but other departments were hesitant to join the clarion call for the PDM. 42 local governments, like we've seen, disbursed up to 100%, while 39 local governments had disbursed 99%. And we think that government needs to be commended for the magnitude, the volume, the geographical coverage of the inclusion pillar this far. I thought you would clap. However, we also noted that there are local governments that were not able to disburse up to 50%. And most of these local governments that were not able to disburse up to 50% were mainly in the hard-to-reach areas, such as Karamoja sub-region. And they as follows. Leading from behind, we have Kabong that had disbursed up to 13%, and Sironko that had disbursed up to 26%. Our understanding is that we may need to delve deeper and understand why others are able to disburse up to 100% and others are not even able to disburse up to 20%. There could be serious structural challenges that we may need to understand and be able to ensure that the entire country is moving at the same pace. In terms of financing, when you look at the district budgets for the different financial years, you realize that largely, in nominal terms, there has been an increase in the financing of local governments. But as a proportion of the national budget, we see a decrease in the proportion of the resources that are going to the local governments. And much as central government is saying that they have increased disbursements to local governments, we do not see this in real investments that are happening at the local government level, given that the budget has continuously increased, but the nominal amounts at that level as a proportion of the national budget are not increasing. We make a number of observations with regard to this, the budgets. We note that the current investment in the PDM, particularly the Parish Revolving Fund, is almost 30% of the district budgets. Almost 30%. Every district receives almost 30% in the parish, in form of the Parish Revolving Fund. What does this mean? This is a substantial addition of physical transfer directly to the communities to improve people's livelihoods. This investment, however, does not address the existing funding gaps in staff recruitment, in tooling, in monitoring, in transport, among other critical functions for implementing the PDM. There are districts that are operating at a capacity of around 34% staffing levels. There are districts that are operating at around 60%. There are others that are operating at around 80%. So we do not expect that the implementation of the parish development model will be uniform across all local governments if we do not address some of those issues. We therefore think that we need to have a comprehensive capacity needs assessment for the PDM framework for us to be able to address the challenge of insufficient funding. Because if other departments that are supposed to implement the PDM are not adequately funded, then it will be difficult to implement some of these strategies. How shall we be able to provide extension services if we don't have extension workers, if the extension workers do not have the tools, do not have the facilitation to be able to do that? In some local governments, we even found that the existing staff are ill-equipped in terms of skills to be able to deliver on some of these. Someone is trained as an agriculture officer, but does not have an understanding of enterprise development, does not know how to, for instance, move from mere production to value addition. And if we are moving from production to value addition, that person will be incapacitated to be able to lead the community to develop the entire value chain from production to consumption. There are challenges relating to the skill sets of the existing officers as well. We also note that increasing budgetary allocations for local government service delivery is very critical. And there are studies that have been done by civil society organizations like Accord that have identified that most of the money that is meant for local government mandates is currently being managed by various MDAs to a tune of around 3.1 trillion. There is a study recently that was released looking at the financial year 2023-2024 and found out that 3.1 trillion of resources meant for local governments are being held by the central government entities. You find that the Minister of Education is the one constructing a primary school The Minister of Health is the one constructing Health Center 2s and Health Center 3s. You'll find that the Minister of Agriculture is the one providing extension services and managing most of the projects at the local government level. No wonder we have so many white elephant projects, value addition projects that are not fully functional. Reason, the local governments are not involved, so they lack ownership and sustainability. And therefore, if we want to be able to have a fully relevant and functional PDM, we need to be able to revisit that matter, funding for local governments. In terms of experiences from the districts that we visited, starting with Budaka, for each of the pillars we tried to see what is happening. And for Pillar 1 in Budaka, we realized that the beneficiaries who had received all the resources had started investment in the production stage. In the production stage of several enterprises, we saw complete registration of enterprises. We did not see any reported activity on infrastructure and economic services. No activity on Pillar 4, social services. Much as the social services were being provided, the understanding was that there will be new money and the social services would be aligned towards the PDM. But we did not see local governments aligning themselves in that direction. We make a number of observations in as far as Budaka is concerned. We saw that there is a designated focal person for PDM, and as we move through the districts, you'll find that the designated focal persons vary from district to district. In one area, it is a commercial officer. In another, it is a production officer. Operation creation was also co-opted as part of the task force. In some districts, we came across task forces for the PDM. In others, they were non-existent. At the time of undertaking this study, 10 out of 76 PDM circles had not yet disbursed all the money. There were issues relating to accounts of the beneficiaries. There were issues relating to challenges in terms of identification of those. Some of them did not have active fingerprints. You go to authentication and find that someone's fingerprint is not active, or there are discrepancies in terms of the identification, and so on and so forth. In Kibuku, that was also the status. We also note that on some pillars, there were no reported activities. And that speaks volumes in terms of alignment of local governments towards the implementation of the PDM. We observe that the sub-counties and community development officers play a critical role in the coordination of the PDM activities. However, we note that in some districts, sub-counties are being bypassed. You find that commercial officers, development officers go directly to the PDCs, parish chiefs, and yet the sub-counties have the mandate to supervise and report on the performance at that level. Multi-stakeholder engagement, we were able to see multi-stakeholder engagement, particularly in Kibuku district. We were able to see a subsistent mindset persisting among the community members. Yes, people have received this money, but the thinking still remains subsistence. They are not, the community is not business oriented. The community is not business driven. And as we will see, most of the money has been going to, part of the money has been going to consumptive expenditure. We also see disharmony among intra and interpillar coordination, resulting in disjointed centers of planning, communication, and executing program activities. Departments move in disarray. They are not coordinated on what they do, how they do it, how they communicate, and so on and so forth. So you don't see Pillar 1, Pillar 2, Pillar 3, or Pillar 7 working together to deliver on the PDM. We also make a number of observations with regard to Maracha, as you will see in the detailed report. But we also note that most of the PDM circles had been established and most of the disbursements had been made up to 97%. There is an observation that was made by one of the officers in Maracha district, and this is what he had to say, that generally the implementation of the PDM is going on well in the district. We first sensitized the district leadership, sub-county leadership, and even the community level so that everyone speaks the same language, avoid mixed messages. So that's why we started on a good note. To date, most of the PDM beneficiaries have received their funds, they applied for, and the next step is to see how they spend the money. And I think that is where we need to put our eyes. People have received the money. What are they doing with the money? We note a number of best practices within these local governments. One, domestication of the PDM guidelines. These guidelines were received and all local governments have tried to make sure that they are relevant within their contexts. Formation of district PDM task forces, we think that this is a very good practice, particularly for purposes of coordination and ensuring that the entire district is moving in the same direction. Use of mobile money wallet, Wendy. We realized that in some districts, there was use of a mobile money wallet, Wendy, and where Wendy was being utilized, there were minimal cases of complaints from the beneficiaries. And that helped to solve the issue of commercial banks, challenges related to commercial banks, among other things. Coordination of stakeholders, we saw relatively good coordination of stakeholders, particularly in Kibuku and Budaka, and also monitoring the utilization. We see vibrance in terms of monitoring in Yumbe district particularly. There were cases where some people had started misusing the money and some stakeholders were moving in to ensure that this money is put to the right use. There are a number of implementation challenges that we took note of. One is the one size fits all approach. The design of the PDM envisaged that all local governments across the country are the same. It envisaged that all local governments or all people have the same problems. Border districts have the same problems with districts that are inside the country. Northern region has the same problems with probably central region. Urban areas have the same problems, just like rural areas. And we found that to be a little bit challenging. Because you'd find that districts, for instance, that have a large population, the amount of money provided was not adequate. Those that are border districts, they have unique challenges in terms of the PDM. Urban centers, the enterprises that they would be interested in also vary. In Kibuku, for instance, we found that young people were hesitant to join the PDM. Hesitant because the enterprises that had been selected for them were not appealing to them. And those are issues that we thought needed to be addressed. Weak parish and ward structures. We also need to note that over the decades, the parish structure had not been designated as an implementation structure, had not been designated as a local government, but largely an administrative structure that did not have staff, that was not active for some long time, and therefore delivery of the PDM that largely relies on the parish as the hub for the PDM presents a number of issues in terms of capacity and effectiveness. There are constraints also in terms of staff, in terms of office space, in terms of tools, and so on and so forth. The other issue is the PDM committees. There are a number of committees at that level. We have the PDC, we have the PDM executive, we have subcommittees within the PDM circle as well. But there are issues relating, one, the operations or facilitation for the operations. There are issues relating to role conflict. There are issues relating to abuse and corruption at that level that we need to take care of and ensure that each of these committees are mandated and understand what is expected of them. There were pockets of political patronage. We were able to come across that, particularly in Budaka, where some local elites were taking advantage of ordinary people, soliciting for bribes, registering their own people, like they were doing some kind of match fixing at the time of registration, and it caused some issues there. Limited citizen participation and voice, particularly in the selection of enterprises, stood out vividly. And then there was issue of ambiguity in the guidelines, and this was raised mainly by the technical officials. Guidelines kept on changing or kept on communicating things that were not clear. And sometimes the guidelines would come from different offices. PDM Secretariat is sending, Minister of Local Government is sending, Minister of Finance is sending, and it created a lot of confusion. We, however, noted that there has been streamlining of some of those issues. Challenges relating to commercial banks. There were a number of issues raised about commercial banks. At the beginning, when the PDM was launched, commercial banks ran to the villages to register people, open accounts, and so on and so forth. But when it came to disbursement, the story turned. They already had the accounts, but they could not reach out to the people to ensure that they serve the people they were meant to serve. People were moving on lorries. When we were in Budaka, for instance, we realized that people, a group of around 50 would hire a lorry to go to the bank and access the money. Sometimes they would queue at the bank for 8 hours. There was an incident in Budaka where the chairperson, no, in Kibuku, where the chairperson was called at night to go and pick his people who were stranded at the bank in Imbale. Stranded at the bank. A lorry had moved with people, stationed at the bank to access the money. They spent an entire day, did not get the money. And they did not have money to take them back. Also with the banks, we need to note that the commercial banks are not designed for the ordinary persons. They have an intimidating aura, and the infrastructure is not designed for the ordinary people. Sometimes there were complaints that people would go there and they would not even find facilities, sanitary facilities. The way the bank is designed, it's only those that are in there that can access their sanitary facilities. Their clients have no access. People would be there. And also, the bankers were rude to some of these individuals. Now, disbursement of resources became a problem at that level. And as we will see, in the details in the report demonstrate how this happened. Some banks did not have capacity to serve the constituents, the new clientele that they had received. One of the banks that was highly mentioned in one of these areas was DFCU. That DFCU went in big, registered all the clients, but when it came to disbursing the money, they became constrained. And there was only one bank that was serving that entire region. It was serving around 4 or 5 districts. And that bank was only in Imbale, serving Budaka, serving Kibuku, and all other neighboring districts. Monitoring and evaluation challenges. We note that there are issues with tracking and assessing progress and impact of the model. From the beginning, we do not know how does the success of the PDM look like at a village level. How do we measure success? If we are to say that a chief administrative officer in this local government has effectively implemented the PDM, how does that success look like? It is not clear. And even the implementers of the PDM do not understand some of these things. There is hangover from previous programs, WEP, NUSAF, Operation Wealth Creation, Youth Livelihood Program, EMYOGA, and so on and so forth. And that hangover, for instance, people are saying this is a gift from the president. And as we will see, that is going to pose a very huge problem for the recovery to ensure that the revolving fund keeps revolving. Remember, the recovery period starts with 2026, and 2026 coincides with an election period. I don't know how it is going to play out when the president is on a campaign trail, and you're telling him that his people are telling him that they are being harassed to pay back the revolving fund. That might cause a number of challenges. Reluctance to join enterprise groups. At the beginning, the PDM was thought to be a hoax. Some people thought this is not real. How can we be having 1 million shillings in every household? Now, it caused a stampede when the first batch of the resources were being given. Everybody rushed. And those that were reluctant to join are the ones that are causing problems with bribery, are the ones that are causing issues to be fixed within the enterprises so that they can have access. Change of business enterprises. At the beginning, people were trained, for instance, to do poultry. And when the money came, they went into dealership in produce without any skills in selling produce. Others were trained in doing piggery. When the money came, they changed to another enterprise without even the knowledge of the PDCs and even the sub-county chief. Misuse of funds. Yes, we realize that in some districts, money is being spent on its consumption expenditure. There was a scenario where one received 1 million and they stopped at a butcher. They bought 5 kilos of meat. From there, they moved to the next shop, bought a new mattress, and they stopped at the next door. They bought a bicycle and went back home in a big way. How will they be able to recover this money? In some cases, there are people that had planned to do take. There is where we went and we found that take, they were supposed to do take, and in some cases they would buy three turkeys. And you ask, where is the money? That is the PDM take. 3, 1 million. There is where we went and people were doing dairy, and they bought a very small calf that was looking like a goat. And they said, that is the PDM money. How are we going to be able to address some of these issues? There are also a number of limitations with local government staff. The local government staff have a huge responsibility to deliver on the PDM. But there are a number of issues. Issues with regard to facilitation, issues with regard to understanding, even understanding of the government's intention is also problematic. As you move across districts, you realize that people understand the PDM differently, and they understand the intention of government differently. The skill sets that they have, local governments were not designed to provide business development services. They were public servants. But now we are giving them a responsibility to ensure that they develop enterprises, they develop businesses. There are challenges with regard to that. And finally, lack of clearly defined performance indicators and success parameters. If you went to any local government and asked, how does the success of the PDM look like? It would be like a blind man. It would be like a blind man describing an elephant. Where they touch the tail, it's a different story. If they touch the stomach, it's a different story. If they touch the trunk, it's a different story. And ladies and gentlemen, we think that where we have reached now, we have made commendable progress. And mainly on the financial inclusion pillar. Earlier on, Mr. Julius Kapwepe was saying that the PDM is synonymous with the financial inclusion pillar. At the local government level, that's the story. There is no PDM without a financial inclusion pillar. That's it. But the designers of the PDM or the framers of the PDM are having a big picture. That big picture may only be in our air-conditioned offices, in our boardrooms, but not at the local level. we may need to be able to take that conversation up to the local government level. The scale of implementation in terms of volume of resource, investment and geographical scale is commendable. We appreciate that, but that's not enough if we do not look at the results that we intend to get from the PDM. We saw mixed results, as you have had. Some districts are doing well, particularly on the financial inclusion pillar, and others are not doing well. We may need to study and see what are the lessons that we can pick from those that are doing well, and how can we be able to support those that are not doing well to implement the PDM better. We need to address the structure and operational challenges, and also look at things to do with community involvement, citizen voice, citizen engagement, citizen needs, citizen aspirations. Yes, you could be saying we have 7 enterprises. Yes, 7 enterprises. There's a district where we went to while we were doing the World Bank study, and their biggest crop enterprise was Irish, but the government had selected a different enterprise. And people are not willing to take on a government-selected enterprise. That is where we went and we found coffee was the selected enterprise, and seedlings were being distributed, but people would collect these seedlings, go and dump them at the roadside, not plant them. We need to engage the people and know what they're able to do so that we can have good results at the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, like Julia said, come, let's reason together. I thank you.
Please give Jonas a bigger hand of applause. And he took advantage of our friendship and decided that he won't finish, even when I warned him that. But the presentation was quite elaborate and good. The paper is available if you just visit our NGO Forum website, just www.ngoforum. That's correct? Yeah. No, not www. HTTP something. Yeah. So just Google NGO Forum. It's going to come under resources. You'll find position papers, and you'll find the 2 papers, the one that was done in 2022 and the recent one that Jonas has talks about. We really have an exciting panel, actually 2 panels, and we are going to even mix things up. We had decided to separate, join some of our representatives from government with civil society people, but we've decided to have a panel that has civil society representatives and district local government officials, and then we'll have a panel that has the Office of the President, the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Local Government, and the Office of the President, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Local Government. But we also in the room have representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If you're here, please just raise your hand so we can take note of your presence and welcome you officially to the meeting. Oh yes, right at the back, please, if you can join me to welcome him by clapping. The Ministry of Water and Environment. Ministry of Water and Environment, representative from the Ministry. Oh, right at the back, thank you so much for joining us. The Inspectorate of Government, this one is very important, especially today. Yes, we are marching. Some of us are already on the streets. And then Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. If you're here from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, please raise your hand. Let's acknowledge your presence. Thank you so much for coming. Ministry of Works and Transport. Ministry of Works and Transport, thank you so much really for joining us. The National Planning Authority, this one is very important. Where are you? Thank you. Thank you so much for coming, and we are really looking forward to the NDP4. We have 2 members of parliament. One is on the panel, another one is not, but let me see where you are. Thank you so much. Really, really thank you so much for coming. Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Yes, thank you so much for coming. And then the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. You boss. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. And were you counted? How many of us were counted? Oh, you people. How many of us were counted? Okay, so half the room. So it means we need to check the statistics. Huh? We need to check the statistics because 99.9% were counted, and from this room, I don't know. I wasn't counted. was not around and I was told, if you're not around on the day of census, you're not the target. So I was advised not to complain. So let's constitute our panel. We will have really a long time for plenary. Our panel will just have 5 minutes each, and then we will have another panel that will have 5 minutes each, and we'll have an intervention from you, our participants. And the reason I didn't acknowledge civil society organizations in the room, it's because you're the hosts. You're hosting this dialogue, and that's why we did not acknowledge you, but we really thank you so much for making the time for the dialogue. So let me now invite Honorable Flavia Kabahenda, the Member of Parliament for, I think the constituency I have here is a wrong one, but yeah, I have Kasanda, which is not correct. But Honorable Flavia Kabahenda, Member of Parliament, representing the constituency, which I will get at some point. Thank you so much. Can we also have now Ms. Angela Kasule Nabowe from the Institute for Socio-Economic Rights. And then my district chairperson from Ibanda, Mr. Happy Abad Mayanja, district chairperson, Ibanda district. So we'll take the middle seats. We also are supposed to be having the representative from Chibuku district, the production officer. Has he? He's not here? Okay. We're told the traffic is very bad in town with the deployment and the procession going, so we'll start with this quick panel. Chibuku was supposed to be here because that's where the PDM was launched. Okay. May I invite Mr. Julius Mukunda, the Executive Director of the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. Okay, so someone will alert me when we have the representative from Chibuku district. Okay, so each of you received the program and you have a specific question that we're asking. And we will start definitely with Honorable Flavia. And Jonas did talk about this whole issue about the timing for the PDM. When we did the study, some of the respondents told us they had been told, and we even mentioned this when we met the office of the president, that this is thank you money. The president won in 2021, so we are here to thank you. And people were very excited to receive the money. So really, Honorable, we are asking, what is the political economy behind the PDM? And we all know that there are other pillars, but we know that for most of the people in the district, local governments, and in our communities, PDM is synonymous with the cash that they are receiving. So please just go ahead and share your perspectives on that.
Thank you very much, and I hope we are still morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to have been invited to this very, very good discussion and dialogue. And I represent the district of Kyegegwa to the Parliament of Uganda and not Kasanda. And I think the new wave that has come in thinking from the Global South, which tells us that instead of maintaining a huge aid industry to find ways to help the poor, that it is better that we give money to the poor directly so that they can find effective ways of getting themselves out of poverty. Yeah, we could have borrowed from that because the PDM Secretariat up to now has never supplied us the motivation from which they develop their PDM. I only assume that this was a wave that told them to just give money to the poor so that the poor can find themselves out of poverty. And I want to thank the motive, and I want to thank the whole implementation program, despite the fact that we as representatives of the people notice a lot of things that we should have done maybe before we started the implementation, and one of which, of course, was to learn from the past. Where did we go wrong in the other programs, and where can we now start from? That would have been the bottom line. But even then, we needed to have data. that is real utilizable. You know, UBOS and Ministry of Finance are fond of giving us percentage data. 39% of the households in Uganda are living in abject poverty. Up to now, we don't know which households are being headed by women, which households are being headed by men, which ones are being headed by children, for instance. Because out of the 39% households living in abject poverty, there are households headed by children. And in the event that we have the definition of youth by age, to the effect that if you are under 18, you are a child, and therefore there is no development program whatsoever in this country that will target you, the children have been left out of this PDM, they have been left out of school, they have been left out of any other economic programs. For us as representatives of the people, we see this, and we don't see any interventions to this effect. And these are things that should be brought out, because in the past, data could have been a luxury, but today, data is the most important if we have to deliver any social services to the people of this country. And all this would depend on the information that the government has of the people of Uganda, meaning that we needed a system. We need to build systems. All that you call political interference, all that you call any other interferences come from an implementation of programs in just a scattered kind of way, but not a system. If we cannot even register people at birth, we don't know even who we are serving. If we cannot have data that is disaggregated for quick and realistic implementation, then we are just passing by. And that is why very many people who are not entitled will access. Those who are entitled will be limited by things like national ID, by things like you are not known by anyone, you have to know someone, by things like they cannot even associate in the groups and circles you are talking about, because these are poor people who think that they should not even go out and participate in any development programs, and that you have to just find them and prepare them to involve themselves into these programs. And so a system should have been better for us to build resilience, for us to build a social registry that is broad enough to allow systems to reach the newly vulnerable in times of crisis. Because even today, there is someone who is falling into poverty, there is someone who is falling into vulnerability, and therefore if it was a system, even the upcoming vulnerable people would be just picked by that system and a social registry, so that we can take care of upcoming shocks and plan for alternatives in case we didn't deliver well. The third one, and very, very important, is the community sensitization and mindset change, where even the national budget for this running year does not offer even a single coin for mindset change and community sensitization. I'll just give you an example, vivid, that in my district, while we delivered the Youth Livelihood Support Program, there is this border association that got money, 11.8 million. And even after they had got that money, they wrote to the Member of Parliament's office to ask for some assistance for them to construct their office. And that is when I got disturbed and I wanted to talk to them. I invited them, I asked them, where did you put the 11.8 million? They told me, we bought a plot, we bought stones and bricks and sand, and the money is over. They cannot construct, they won't pay it back, and they are stuck because they were not prepared for the investment. They don't know how to invest. They don't know where to invest. They have to pay back the money. They want to construct because they are seeing others construct. And that goes back to the people who deliver or implement these kind of services. The people we gave 1 million, Jonas has just told us one of the people went, they bought meat. After meat, they bought maybe a mattress and bed sheets. Yes, choice is one of the factors of development, if you didn't know. Because even in Sage, when I asked the first people who got Sage the 100,000 shillings, one old woman of 83 years told us that the first money she got 5,000 shillings and bought hair dye. Yes, we laughed because we didn't know what it meant. Hair dye was very, very pertinent for her to even start involving and engaging in community engagements. She couldn't come to the meetings, she couldn't go to church, she couldn't do anything. After that, she bought herself a dress, a piece of cloth to do her gomesi, because she had spent 3 years without going to church. And she thought, whether you talked about whatever development, if she can't go to church, you are not speaking, you are not talking.
Okay.
Another one had to first work on her husband's tomb because she had buried him in mere earth, and so she wanted to put cement. And that is when she understands development. So we need to really, in the community sensitization, come from the traditional backgrounds of these people in order for us to introduce. Look at a community which has grown Irish potatoes since it was created. And now you are telling them to do some other thing that they have not been practicing. You needed to come from them and then go to what you think is better. You walk the journey with them. And so I think more money from Ministry of Finance is needed for community sensitization and mindset change on how people will learn how to use money, and more so using money that is not theirs. Because whatever the case is, it is not per diem.
Thank you.
This money is not theirs. It is government money, and government will want it back. And maybe 2 or 3 other observations that I make on the duplication. Recently, just 1 week ago, I presided over the distribution of YLP money and UWEP money, and I tried to ask a question. You women who have come for UWEP money, how many of you could have benefited from PDM? And there were a number. They have benefited from Emioga. They have come for UWEP money. They have benefited even from PDM. So the same one person is just distributing herself into different circles and groups to benefit very many times against those who may not even be able to access at all. So you need to get out this duplication of one individual getting more than one service. The inequality, of course, in the parishes, because of the pro rata arrangement. One parish has 4 villages, another parish has 20 villages, and you are giving a blanket 100 million. So I don't know when we start assessing these performance indicators, whether the indicators that are going to work on the parish of 4 villages and the parish of 20 villages will bring out the same results like we expect. So
Finally,
these are the things we need to iron out. So let me just do 2 things. The family dynamics. It is land that is the biggest factor in all this production that we are trying to encourage. But the family dynamics are that you don't know who owns the land, you don't know who makes decisions on the land, and even then, more than 50% of arable land in Uganda belongs to older persons. Not these young people you are giving PDM. They have no land. They don't even have quarter of an acre of land. They only have a house and a kitchen and a toilet. And so you are giving him 1 million and he's sitting on his grandfather's land or family land, and the family may not allow that. So the family dynamics needed to be brought out into this matter of discussion so that we know if the person we are giving 1 million is going to require land for them to invest, or they have to invest in other capacities. Of course, monitoring and evaluation also for me became a very, very critical aspect. We need to fund the monitoring and evaluation. 1 million per year for a whole structure, for me, was embarrassing. I thought that we knew what Uganda is today. Inclusivity and integration of PDM with the other development programs in the local governments, staffing levels were very critical, and their capacities, because being a parish chief does not automatically qualify you to being a social worker. So we needed to understand that, and the digital infrastructure became a very critical component, because now the beneficiaries were being told to collect money to buy the parish chief a tablet so that he can be able to do their things. And then, of course, after 2 years, we should be seeing impact more today than if we just see achievements. Yes, they have got the money they have disbursed. After 2 years, can we start seeing the impacts?
Thank you, Honorable.
And the lack of clearly laid out performance indicators, and of course, lastly, a policy. Because for me, coming from the policy side, a clear policy on PDM up to now has been hidden. And for us as policymakers, we are failing to track you, we are failing to track implementers, and we are failing to even know that the dispensers are equally sick. That is why every morning we wake up to the news of people being arrested, because the dispensers of the medicine are also sick. So they first treat themselves, and then they can treat the sick, because I mean, that
Thank
is
you.
ideal.
Thank you so much.
We are going to arrest as long as we don't deal with the dispensers.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kawahenda. Now, I realize I didn't set the rules earlier. So I don't have a gavel like the speaker, so I would have said, order, order, Honorable Speaker. I also realize that I don't have the technology to switch off microphones. So my method is going to be simple. When I say thank you, it means you have 1 minute. When I say thank you again and I mention your name, you have 30 seconds. And we want to leave a lot of time for the plenary conversation so that we are not talking at our participants, so that we get perspectives from them. So I just want to work with the panelists, this panel and the one I'm going to constitute later, including the one of my dear friend, Vincent, from the Office of the President. So when I say thank you, you know that your time is coming to the end. So I'd now like to move to Julius Mukunda. Julius, as most of you know, has worked closely with the Ministry of Finance on the question of budget. And finance has the money. So the question that we set for Julius is, what is the missing link? So we've had several cash transfer programs, youth livelihood programs, Emyoga. I don't know whether you guys remember Bonaba Gagawale. We are still here, we are not yet there. So now we have the PDM. So Julius, if you could just share with us perspectives on what you think the missing link could be.
Thank you. In your rules, you have not told us how long we should talk. So, how long I should take? I can
5
talk.
minutes.
5
minutes,
minutes.
yes.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and thanks, Honorable, for your comments. I think for me is from the beginning, I deliberately didn't want to talk so much against PDM, because I mean, it was a kid, it was born, and you want a kid to grow and be able to transform itself. But I think this is a time now I think we need to begin to demand accountability, because 3 years down the road, definitely is the right time to begin to demand for accountability. And from the conversations I have had and I have seen, the problems are there like any other government problems. PDM is one program, of course, where you find that is unique in a way that, one, it has got available money. I've never heard of PDM saying that we don't have money to implement it, like other programs. The demand is there for PDM, people want it. It has political support. Every politician will be talking about PDM. And and bureaucracy, really money comes from headquarters up to a beneficiary account. And I give thanks to Minister of Finance for definitely ensuring that money goes to the beneficiary account, which actually kicks out most of the middlemen. But what is the one major problem? There is one major problem I think for me PDM we need to address. And that's the difference between the political and economic agendas. On one side, you have Ministry of Finance and the PDM Secretariat, and I think also the President's Office, really so much pursuing the economic transformation agenda. And economic transformation does not take place within 1 year or 2 years. It's a 5-year program. On the other hand, you have the politicians who are on short-termism. They want results next day. And that's why you find people are saying, pay today, pay tomorrow. Simply because it has not been turned into a political finance mechanism. And that's what is going to kill PDM. How? Because if you push so much for this short-termism, then you are going to have increased corruption. Because now the difference between the economic transformation, the long-term planning and sustainability, and the short-termism creates a gap for the saboteurs, for those who want to eat the money. And that's why you are saying that we are arresting people simply because they are seeing this vacuum. People are not agreeing on where we are supposed to be heading to. And by the way, with the corruption now, remember when we started, we were talking about we are going to decentralize corruption. And it is true now, we have actually decentralized it to the level at the community level. And that one actually is the toughest. Because now we kicked out the politicians, we kicked out the technocrats. Now it is the ordinary person. Your money comes and then you are told, please, give me half and then you can also take the other half. But that is easier to deal with. And that's why I would ask Simon Goda, please, we need data. We want to know where is this circle and who has benefited. If Julius Mukunda has benefited 10 times in a different districts, it will be known. It is easier to tackle this corruption at the community level. I'm not worried about that. The other important element I think we need to look out for is this missing element, of course, has increased mistrust. Mistrust meaning that hey, this is a government program, it's going to come and go. Please let us do whatever we can very quickly. And that's why people are calling it per diem, parish drinking money, casino, all these things. So we need to ensure that the difference between economic transformation, the long-term planning and sustainability, and the difference between the political agenda of I have to survive tomorrow and get elections must be closed so that we know in the next 5 years, this is where we shall be. And I would like the PDM Secretariat to give us that in the next 5 years, this is where we are going to be. And lastly, for me, I think, Chris, to mention, is that the other important element, once we fix this, is also to fix the issue of marketing and value chain investment. When I saw Adjumani growing more soybean, in my mind I was asking myself, where are they going to sell the soybean? If they are unable to sell soybean, in the next season, they will not grow soybean. I can assure you. And this goes around all other sectors. It is therefore important that as we have financed production, we need to design very quickly marketing, value chain, and also the marketing part.
Thank you.
So that people are able to get the gains out of what they have been able to produce. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Julius. Angela, is the PDM reaching the right people? And Honorable Kawahenda did mention there are different kinds of households, those headed by men, those headed by women, those headed by children. There are those that are headed by women that are really older, the grandparents. So we've also learned, if you look at our demographics, there are people who actually have access to the duty bearers at the district. And they tend to be the ones that have access to the PDM money. So the question that we are asking Angela from the perspective of rights is whether the PDM is actually reaching the right people.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to say that I identify with most of the findings from the research. So as Jonas was presenting, I could identify with most of the things that he was talking about. Now back to rights. When you look at PDM, I think people celebrated PDM because they thought that it was going to be different from all the other programs that we have had. Because when you look at the design is very good. It talks about the different pillars, the 7 pillars. But also, as you have seen from the research, and what we have also noticed is that there has been concentration on the financial inclusion pillar. And so there seems to be no coordination with the other pillars. And one of them that I want to talk about is around social services. And that is where you have health, where you have education. And for me, that is very critical, and that is where the rights come in. So we are talking about improving livelihoods, and we are giving people money. And from what we've seen doing monitoring and documentation and research over the years is that when I receive 1 million shillings from government and my health care is not sorted, when I go to a health facility, I'll not be able to get the medication that I need. There's no way I'm going to invest that money because I have immediate basic needs that I have to meet. PDM talks about vision, the NRM manifesto. And when you look at the NRM manifesto, they use the parish for primary. So there's supposed to be a primary school per parish. And we are looking at, so this is education. What is the state of those primary schools? When you look at the budget for this financial year, 2024-2025, we have a deficit of 100 billion that was supposed to renovate 200 UPE schools that are implementing universal primary education. This is at that level, parish level. But also, you have 40% of the schools at that level in a very bad state, which are dilapidated. And for us, when we saw PDM, we thought that this was going to be holistic implementation, but there seems to be lack of coordination, and the concentration is on the money. But then you have these 7 pillars. So what does that mean? If I have a primary school, we are told primary school, we are not supposed to charge for those schools that are implementing UPE. I'm supposed to pay 60,000 shillings. I talked to someone, the executive director of the NGO forum mentioned during his address that he usually talks to people before these, and someone gave him a poem. I also usually talk to people, and there is a lady I talked to from Buikwe. And she was telling me, yes, they have primary schools there. Actually, in her parish, they have 5 of those UPE schools, which is really excellent. But in those schools, you have to pay an average of 60,000. So I have 4 children. And if I have those 4 children, I'm a grandmother. When I receive that money, the immediate need is to pay school fees for those children. So what we are saying is that as long as we do not sort out social services, education, health care, social protection, because the people who are in these communities have immediate basic needs that we should take off. So there has to be coordination between the different pillars, such that when government ministries, departments, agencies, and local governments are budgeting, there's some harmony where, for instance, people working in education are looking at what are the educational needs at the parish level. What are the health care needs at the parish level? And as long as those are not sorted, the money that is meant for investment will not be used for that purpose, but it will go towards the basic needs, because there is no way that I'm going to buy chicken and then for rearing, and then I need medication. I have malaria. So that is one thing. The other thing I wanted to talk about was also there are some distortions. I know Honorable Flavia has talked about duplication, but there is a further layer of distortions that is happening, especially at that level. You have a number of government programs. In my other life, I rear chicken. There are government programs that are giving out chicken for free. And then you have PDM giving out money, and there are people who are rearing chicken. Someone has to buy inputs, Some, like, you have to buy the feeds, you have to buy the drugs and everything, and then you go to the market. When you go to the market, you're competing with another person who has got all these free. I think that is causing a lot of market distortions, and it is not helping out, because if it will make financial sense for me, because I've put in money and I need to pay even interest to sell at a broiler bird at 15,000. But the other one who has got everything free from probably KCCA will be able to sell at 9,000. So I will not be able to compete. I'm making losses. The other thing also in
the final one.
Yeah, in constituting the groups, their guidelines, their percentages, 30% women, 30% youth, then 10 older persons. I talked to someone this morning, and she was telling me that there are old people that we were supposed to bring into our group, but we knew that these people could not pay back that money, and yet we are guaranteeing that money. They cannot do anything. They are old, but it is a requirement. What business are they going to do to bring up that money? I think one of the solutions that we have, because this is a program, like Julius has said, it has political support and all that there has to be more coordination between the government departments and agencies, such that, for instance, areas around social protection are strengthened, that people, older persons, are able to receive this other money that is supposed to take care of their socio-economic needs, such that they do not even have to look at this money. An older person will get that money, and their immediate need is health care, NCDs. They will not invest. Yeah. And they don't even have the capacity to invest. So that is why social protection comes into play. But also what Honorable Flavia talked about, children who cannot qualify for this money. We need to be able to look at child-sensitive social protection to be able to take care of these children. And lastly, Chris, I must mention, since this project has government support, we are having challenges around digitalization. And we know that the national ID is becoming a tool of exclusion for many Ugandans, especially for vulnerable persons. I will tell you that since this program began, PDM, there are people who have not accessed that money because they don't have means or national IDs, and those are the vulnerable people who are in rural areas, but also older persons who had a lot of challenges while registering because of many years of manual work. They couldn't capture their fingerprints, and they also don't have the money to correct errors that happened at the beginning. So if they do not have the digital ID, I think we need to use this chance when government is planning to roll out the next generation of the ID to be able to advocate for inclusion, to make sure that the challenges experienced with the current ID are removed, because it is driving exclusion, and it is the vulnerable persons that are going to be left out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Angela, for those recommendations as well. Now, we invited the district chairperson of Ibanda, most importantly because he is my district chairperson, but also, if you look at the scorecards, Ibanda district has been ranked one of the best performing, if not the best performing, but it is also one of the poorest. So there's something that I don't understand there. In my village, or in my sub-county, we had about 2 people who are running piggery projects. And then I don't know what happened. Everyone started rearing pigs. So what happened is that we started eating the pigs ourselves, because there was no market, like Julius mentioned. So the PDM came, and the reason, and the people who actually have the money in the village are the ones that we are registering these circles, not the subsisting populations. But anyway, I will hand over now to Mr. Happy Mayanja to share perspectives from Ibanda, well knowing that I am from that district. So I will try and avoid asking follow-up questions, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Happy Herbert Mayanja, District Chairman, Ibanda. And I know the good things about PDM. and challenges about PDM, because as local governments, we are at the source of the fire. When PDM was adopted and subsequently launched in 2022 in Chubuku by the President of the Republic of Uganda, as districts, definitely we started the process by forming district steering committee headed by the chief administrative officer, training of TPC and DEC members. Then we went down to the sub-counties, trained the sub-county chiefs, parish chiefs, extension workers, CDOs. Then we formed PDC committees at the parish level. Then we went down to training the community about PDM policies and pillars. Then the selection of enterprises at the parish level. Then after the selection of the enterprises, when we went to the formation of the circle, after the formation of the circle, now money came in and then money was disbursed to the circle members. So all those stages were passed through after the program was adopted and later launched. On paper, PDM is a very nice strategy. And once followed the last dot, it will deliver Ugandans from the problem of poverty. Because when you look at the pillars, the 7 pillars of PDM, they are very good. Production, infrastructure and economic services, finance inclusion, social services, mindset change, Parish-based information system, governance and administration. All those, they are good, they are linked. And once they are followed, definitely Ugandans will be delivered from the problem of poverty. But in the implementation of the PDM, majority of the Ugandans, including my people in the district, we took them through 7 pillars of PDM. But the people concentrated on pillar number 3, the financial inclusion. We'd talk about mindset change, we'd talk about infrastructure and economic services, we'd talk about social services, but their intention, their focus is on financial inclusion. After the formation of enterprises, of the enterprises and later circles, they were supposed to receive the money and inject the received money into their enterprises. But the biggest challenge, when these people receive money, they don't use it for the purpose to which it was given. For them, they think across the board that this is a gift from the president for the many votes we have been giving him. And therefore, much as we presented our enterprises, we have the money, please don't disturb us, this is a gift from the president. And that is a challenge. Secondly, there is this belief that once you receive money from the government, some people hold that belief that you must get omen, bad omen from it. That this money from government and what, when you receive it from the bank, you have to get some part of it, you go to the bar or somewhere, eat it, part of it, and then you have removed bad omen. And in the process, someone goes to the bar or to the shop in order to get bad omen from that money. He ends up chewing the whole 1 million. On reaching home, you find some conflicts between the husband and the wife. Second, another challenge which we have as local governments across the board is that these people, the circle leaders, that were selected, they are not educated. And when the program and other programs are in English, and you have the circle leaders who is not educated, reading and interpreting becomes a challenge. Yes, he's guided by the parish chief, but sometimes analyzing, reading the document alone and interpreting it to the people he's leading becomes a challenge. Even sometimes withdrawing the money is a challenge to our people. And sometimes they call the parish chiefs and some other people to escort them to go and withdraw money from their mobile phones, and which is really a very big challenge to our people. This program of Wendy, at first when we were in banks like Post Bank and ETC, beneficiaries would go to the bank, get the money, and go home without any charge. But this Wendy program charges 4,000 per beneficiary. After charging 4,000, you go to the mobile money. They will charge you 15,000. That's if you want to get $1 million, they charge you 15,000. And you can see the reduction of 20 from the $1 million, plus other challenges. So take home, you'll find that the man has less than $1 million because of those charges. Also, those are challenges. Even this Wendy program of ours that we are talking about, it is a system which the designers and the controllers did not go down to the community to teach how it functions. You find someone is having the system, but doesn't know how to operate the system. And we have two systems, the PDMIS system and the WND. The circle will approve someone to get the money, but when you put into the system for payment, that person will not definitely get the money. And you ask yourself why. So there is a mismatch between the Wendy and the circle leaders because they were not trained. Even when they upgrade their system, they don't even tell the circle leaders that the system has been upgraded and therefore you need to change the method that you have been using to a new method. Okay. And that poses a challenge. Okay. And also at the same time, another challenge that we have in the local government about this PDM, when they were registering at the PDMC stage, a person X would put, he has two numbers, for example, one of Airtel, another one of MTN. At the PDMC stage, he puts Airtel number, and that one is captured in the system. At the Wendy, he puts MTN. So at the time of payment, they don't tarry. And when they don't tarry, someone doesn't get the what? The money. And you'll find people running to members of parliament that you see my money did not come, it was eaten, maybe there is this, such kind of stuff. And that creates confusion in the public and in the ears and the minds of the politicians.
Thank
Another
you.
system.
The final one.
Another problem that is there is that the system can indicate to the beneficiary that they have cleared. You go to the system is indicating that money has been disbursed to the beneficiary, and the beneficiary didn't receive the money. And that also poses the challenge. People come to the office, we went to the system says the money was paid. But actually, we didn't receive the money. Those are some of the challenges that we have. But if we are to follow the writings about PDM, the policies about PDM, and if we go to the mindset change of the Ugandans, definitely PDM will deliver Ugandans from the problem of poverty. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mr. Happy Mayanja. Finally, the maker of PDM is Chibuku. That's where the president went, launched, and we're all excited. I think even the first money must have come to Chibuku. So perhaps your question is, what changes do you see in the community as a result of PDM?
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Mbayo Michael. I work as a district production and marketing officer for Kibuku, but at the same time as the PDM district focal point person. I'm happy to be here and to be part of the team which is in front here. PDM, a very good strategy. A strategy I would do actually encourage everybody to have interest in it. Very few people have actually picked interest in this. They are saying, I think it's for the poor, for who and who, but PDM is for each and everybody in the entire country. Although pillar number 3, which is financial inclusion, is for our poor people who are trapped within the 39%. PDM, moderator, would request you that you are saying the next program is for these people to discuss issues, but I feel that what we are presenting here will form part of this, part of what these people are going to discuss. So I would request that maybe you add me some few minutes more than the 5 you are allocating. In July 2023, Cabinet adopted the phased approach of implementing PDM. 3-phased approach. The first phase is actually called establishment phase, and this one ran from 2021, 2022 up to 2023. This is where we have all those issues our friends, my friends have been talking about, the issue of why PDM and what is PDM, the pillars of PDM, enterprise group formation, circle formation, and eventually parish revolving fund disbursement. That was basically in phase 1 or establishment phase. And I don't want to dwell more on that because of time factor. These are issues which I think everybody is aware of. I would like to concentrate more on the last 2 phases. The second phase is actually called the stabilization phase. Under stabilization phase, we are to continue with the following activities. 1, we shall need to continue paying our farmers the parish revolving fund. That one will continue even in the stabilization phase. The second activity there will be encouraging our farmers or the beneficiaries to begin saving, because these are called circle. These circles are called in full savings and credit cooperative organization. Now, as we talk now, we don't have savings at all. This means therefore that maybe the organizations which are being run by at the parish level shouldn't be called a circle, since the saving element is not there. But when we continued analyzing, it was realized that the president made this a deliberate issue, because he introduced this strategy that each individual would be paid 1 million shillings. And it looked like it was a myth. Very few people believed this, and they started even challenging. So what he decided to do was not to follow the conventional way of circle formation, to prove that actually what he promised would come true. And because when you have to form a circle, there are basically 3 key ingredients. The first one is the issue of savings. The second ingredient is share capital. Then the third is capitalization, which comes last. But the president started with the last capitalization of the circles. Without savings, then share capital. Now, in the stabilization phase, this is where we need to go back and encourage our circle members, the parish members, to begin savings and also pay the share capital. Another activity we need to talk about under stabilization phase is the issue of enterprise selection. We identified enterprises fine, but with the continuous research, we are realizing that not all those enterprises can actually help our farmers get out of poverty. We have been farming for many years, but people are poor. Why? That's the question we want to look answers for. Why are they poor? And yet, others have grown old, doing business, actually farming, but they are very poor. The issue is, we have been looking at cost-benefit analysis for some of these enterprises. You look at what goes in an enterprise, and then what comes out. Then you get a profit somewhere, a gross margin. But the issue is that gross margin enough to get a farmer out of poverty? That's the area where we need to concentrate more. We need to come up with an enterprise which has the capacity, the potential to get a farmer out of poverty. And how do we do this? If there was enough time, we would even project this and look at it critically. How are we going to do this? We, as I said, research and continuous sensitization and engaging our farmers. We've realized that a household on average of 5 members, a household of 5 members on average can be taken through a full year with an amount of 11 million. It's the cost of a family, a household with 5 members, is around 11 million shillings per year. Now, if you are to recommend an enterprise, it must be that enterprise that can produce 11 million for that household of 5 members, and you have a surplus. There is no way you talk about saving when consumption is not taken care of.
Yep. I'm going to request you to wind up.
So that is very, very critical. We need to look at that. Another activity under stabilization phase is agro-insurance. We are working under uncertain conditions, so we need to encourage our farmers to join agricultural insurance such that at the end of the day, even if there is a loss, somebody can be compensated. Then we have the Wendy wallet. It's under stabilization phase. I'm telling you, this is a game changer. Let me tell you, it's a game changer because we've gone through this. We've paid people using this manual way, and now we are paying them using the Wendy system. I'm telling you, the Wendy system is okay. It has some few challenges. If you put right, the situation will be very good, because right now there is no question of getting money from the beneficiaries. Beneficiary gets money at a time when he or she wants it, other than the other method when they could actually collect together in a vehicle, go to the bank, get the money, then whoever wants to exploit them would actually get the money from them at ease. Wendy is okay. We need only to look at those few issues, and those ones are as a result of the inexperience we have in it, but they have solutions. Finally, let me look at talk about the stability. I mean, the last phase, sustainability and exit phase. Sustainability and exit phase. Maybe let me talk about only 2 things there. One is that these circles, we need to look at these circles as banks. We need to turn our circles into what? Into banks. Because if each parish is getting 400 million at the end of the day, this is money enough for the parish to establish a bank. Then I would also want to, because of that, the president actually has come up with a command, which I'm sure many of us are aware of, the PDM, President's PDM command. Because when you read the Bible, in the book of Matthew chapter 6, verse 33, it talks about seeking his kingdom first, then other things will be added unto you. And the President's PDM command is, seek ye household incomes, then other things will be added unto you. Yes,
Thank
that
you.
is his command. So, members, we've registered a lot of achievements in Kibuk, for example, as a result of this PDM. The farmers who got the money at first, especially during the time of launch, have actually improved greatly. Although the impact is not yet great, but we see they are not like they were before a PDM. So that one is very critical. Maybe only one challenge or two. Mindset change is still a big issue. Members still think that this money is a token from His Excellency, but we are trying to continue. We are continuing to sensitize them. We are using that pillar 5, mindset change and cross-cutting issues, because it is a continuous process. I know with time they will come to realize this. Then the issue is also inadequate facilitation. We need to do a lot, but the facilitation for PDM is not clear, although it's stated that there is actually no funds for PDM per se. These pillars fall under specific departments. But still, if we are to use the money we have been getting in different departments to execute PDM activities, it's not enough. The IPFs have not been increased, so it becomes a big challenge. Finally,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Finally, as I conclude, let me read this as a way of conclusion. In conclusion, however, I would like to thank the President of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for his wise leadership. He's ensuring that our Nkolerakida Chonka people get out of subsistence way of living to commercial way of life. He did not choose to put into practice what is called social Darwinism, which is practiced in England, but he chose to care for the poor. Social Darwinists believed that it would be detrimental to society to help the poor, the sickly, and the indigent, because if they multiplied, they would only weaken the social fabric of the nation as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Vincent, that one was addressed to you, so you have to make sure the president. And our team on production, please cut out that clip and make sure we make this happen. But this whole thing about mindset change, everyone is saying, people are saying this is a gift from the president. And I'm wondering, why doesn't the president just address us and tell us this is not a gift, it is a loan, so that is also cleared. And he can speak in the multiple languages he actually speaks, so that people understand. Because this is what is pertaining across the regions. Me, my father has told me, I don't think he qualifies, but he's waiting for the money. Registered in one circle, 2 circles actually. First phase he did not get. So I went and asked him, so what happened? He said, we are on the second phase, the money is coming. And the guy does not qualify. So I've been trying to persuade him not to get the money, but he thinks that this is government money. President is thanking him. Anyway, so we need to do something about it. And 2026 is coming. We have the office of the Prime Minister in the room, so if you're here, let's see where you are so we can acknowledge your presence. Office of the Prime Minister, thank you so much for coming. And then Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Where are you? Yeah, thank you so much for coming and for joining us. Now, we want to do a short plenary because we've been talking from the front for too long. So I want to do a short plenary. So I want to give 2 minutes to about 10 people. So let's see. Yeah, 2 minutes each to 10 people, okay? So I will give numbers. Now the cameras are in, I can't see what's going on there. All right, so I have number 1, and the gentlemen and ladies with the microphones just stand. Okay, so number 1 right there, number 2 right at the back, Moses, and then number 3, the lady at the back as well, and we'll come this way. 2 minutes, and remember, I am very tough on time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. Bokadi George is my name. I represent the people of Obongi constituency in the 11th Parliament. I want to thank all those who presented papers and the panelists for taking us through the success stories, challenges, and recommendations on the PDM program. Observation number 1 is on the package. Climate change is becoming a real threat to humanity as well as in our communities. We may have to consider mainstreaming issues of climate change across all the pillars of the PDM. Having mentioned that, I want to speak to issues that are specific to my role as a member of Parliament. The legal and regulatory framework came up as an issue that requires us to look into the existing laws and policies, and where there are lacuna, we need to fix them to create an enabling environment for community-based wealth creation programs. Number 2 is in the planning and programming. I've been interacting both at national level, regional level, as well as the local government levels in regards to the way we plan and budget for the PDM. It's a top-down instead of a bottom-up approach. We need to see to it that when we're planning and budgeting for the PDM, we integrate it in our planning and budgeting processes. Thirdly is in the appropriation of resources that should be sufficient and necessary for implementation of the PDM program. Apart from resources for capitalization, I think we need to put sufficient resources for capacity enhancement in terms of skilling, tooling, and ensuring that we facilitate the duty bearers to be able to do their work. But beyond that, we also need resources for socio-economic infrastructure, health facilities, schools, water systems, markets, resource centers, including ICT that is lacking in many of the parishes.
Thank you.
Last but not least is oversight. Political, administrative, and technical.
Thank you so much. The lady at the back, yes, number 2, and then number 3 is the lady next door.
And I'm from Upford. Thank you very much. I think it's an opportunity to have the parish development model, and we have listened in. However, I've been on ground. When I reached 5th floor, I decided to go and be with the people down there. And one of the things I have learned in Namtumba, when I realized the money had been given, our family decided to build the capacity for the people in fish and chicken. And I realized that that is the missing gap. If you want me, you have given me money for chicken or fish or whatever. Have you taught me how to look after it? And so for us as a family, we decided to build the capacity of the people, and we are seeing changes. So I think that's something that you need to pick up. Secondly, there is need to have insurance cover, even if it's 1 million. Please let there be a cover for that in case there is a loss. The other that we have realized is the marketing. We have middlemen, and we have not addressed the issue of middlemen taking advantage. I see lorries coming, taking advantage of people's wealth. If it's pork, they'll tell you we are buying a kilo at 7,000, but we all know in Kampala here, a kilo is at 15,000. So they're taking advantage. So we need to deal with that gap. And then finally, community mobilization and mindset change. I think this issue is for all of us. It should actually start with the technical people. And then for us who are down there, you come with the model. But no one has put funding, but also given the right models. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Number 3.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to address the meeting. My name is Lydia Tuhaise. I am from Uganda Bureau of Statistics. I would like to thank the panelists and all the presenters for such informative deliberations, which give pretty much a realistic picture of how far we are implementing the PDM. Now, as Uganda Bureau of Statistics, we are part of the PIDMIS, Pillar 6. And as an institution, our role in this pillar is to oversee the standardization of terminology and methods for statistical production in line with reporting on the PDM progress. And I can say that as a pillar, there is progress. The system is up and running. We have made efforts to collect data nationwide, though the previous efforts had challenges in terms of coverage. And so with the recently concluded National Population and Housing Census, UBOS targeted to use this opportunity to fill the gaps and also provide authentic figures for the denominators in terms of computation of our percentages. So we are glad, and we hope that we are going to be able to produce a report in line with the PDM pillars and the results framework.
Okay.
Lastly, I would like to respond to one of the panelists who gave a shot at UBOS on the numbers and request to put it straight, that percentages by themselves are an authentic way of reporting. And as an institution, we use simplistic statistics, so the descriptives, in line with our core values of user responsiveness. We are aware that a big percentage of our population may not be number alert. And so if we use more complicated language, we may fail to communicate.
Okay.
If, for example, we introduce things like skewness, if we use p-values, people would say, what are these you're talking about? But in general, many people use the percentages, even when they're talking about simple things. Abantu bana kuchkumi, those are percentages. So it's a simple way of communicating, but it's very understandable and very informative.
Thank you.
And lastly, I would also like to report that the recent census was digital, and we emphasized georeferencing. And so it's going to be possible to identify these households where they are by their status of living. Once we do the number crunching, we shall be able to then know that, well, in this parish, it is this person who is not doing well, who is in subsistence. And that's
Thank you.
going to be possible. So I beg for your consideration in how you interpret how we report. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let me see. Now you have taken over. Yeah, that was number 4. Okay. Number 4, and then we'll come this way.
Thank you very much. My name is Abu Samad. I come from Yumbe District, and I'm representing my district chair here. I want to thank the panelists for the elaborate discussions. I'm going to add my voice on 2 issues. One is the financial inclusion vis-a-vis the group selections, inclusivity between men and women, putting in the aspect of percentages. Critically, when we go back to our districts, we have been analyzing when it comes to financial inclusion, the aspect of financial differences between men and women. When we look at the 30% that has been given to women, that means out of 100, we have picked around 30 women. 30 for youth. The youth we're talking about is inclusive of men and women. I would want us to disintegrate this, that we have picked 15 of the women as part of the youth. Then for the elderly, we are picking 5. 10 for persons with disability, we are picking 5. 20 for the middle age. That means this is a percentage of 65 against 35 out of the 100. That means when we look at the financial inclusion of men, many of the men have been left out of the money economy. That's my thinking.
Thank you.
If I'm wrong, then other people. And these differences have facilitated segregation and inequality at household level. So
Okay.
this is to the people who are planning this. Secondly, the aspect of the mindset change. We have looked at the mindset change, and we have been using the parish chiefs and some of the technical officers. And the technical officers that are times and the parish chiefs that we look at, none has even had an acre or a quarter of the land where this person could engage in the enterprises that we're talking about here. But we're saying that let them move and change the mindsets of the poor. And at that level, this parish chief is earning less than 500,000 and is looking at 1 million that is going to the poor. That means indirectly we're talking about a poor person also changing the mind of the poor. How possible is that? You may think this is very impossible, but I would recommend that we need to leverage collaboration between the government and the private sector and see into that we put funding to the private sectors, people like the Enterprise Uganda, to do the aspect of mindset change. The parish chiefs, the technical officers at the local government levels also need
Thank
their
you.
minds changed. So if we do that possible, and then I think with the PDM, we can realize the aspect of household income.
Thank you so
very
much. Thank you. All right. We'll take a next 4, and then we'll have another plenary session after the second panel. And I see all the other hands are for men. Okay. I see. Okay. So we'll take Charity and okay, let me just give the numbers. Charity number 1, that gentleman number 2, and then we'll come to the lady here. And I don't see youth. Are you still youth? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's one. So Charity, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Mine, a very quick one. Kapwepwe, thank you for that presentation, and most certainly the panel. But, what struck me most were 3 things: mango growing, apple growing, Irish potato growing, and gonja growing. Now, I most certainly know there are people from Kibuku and Budaka.
Thank you. So number 2 there, and then we'll come to the lady here. There's a lady here at the front. She's number 3. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. My name is Stephen, the district chairman of Marathon. I want to start by appreciating all those who have made submissions in this engagement. My concern goes to the secretariat. It is in line with the 1 million set for all the beneficiaries. On the ground, we are having a challenge of those who are not having that capacity to utilize the 1 million. I've utilized the example of a woman, a beneficiary, who is running away from the 1 million. Oh, I need only 300 because I cannot now engage in agriculture. I'm going to engage in produce. I'm only going to buy chickens, I pay, fry, and sell. Where I need only 300, I will go to 1 million. What do we do for such a case? In such a case, what do we do? Should we first have to take the 1 million and keep the 700 somewhere?
Yeah.
To be given a backup that 2 years ago we allow the person to go with the 300,000.
Thank you.
there was discussed. We've gone through that. But I just want to say that this is for women who are living within the barracks, the wives of soldiers and their family. And the rest who live outside the barracks are left for the local government to take care of. Do the PDM and do that. But I'm glad to say we are also involved in financial inclusion, especially for women who do not earn a salary from anywhere and who do not have their families right there at their land in the villages to be able to work and provide income for their family. So for us, it has been this income because of therefore definitely change is very visible when you visit us. We have also, it has also helped in group setting and setting culture because some of our groups that are involved in small, we call it, we use the model of the BSLF, and they're the best paying groups. We started off for the entire country of the PDM at around probably 1 million shillings, and now we're in our 4th year and we're growing them by 1 million. So it is this mindset change that has helped us. We went through all those things that you guys were discussing this morning. But I'm very glad that we were able to hear from the platform that when we don't use, but also, holding our committees at every level, powerful and empowering the committees, the women groups themselves to be able to demand from their leader colleagues and from their committees to be able to pay back. It has grown, and I'm glad that I can be able to benchmark from the rest of the local government that do not reach us.
Yeah.
Do not reach us because we are considered, I think, hard to reach. So the ministry takes care of that and we're able to come this close. We started for the PDM and we can learn something from those women that have done it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, I couldn't stop her. Ministry of Defense, protests going on. Anytime you're picked, you want to call someone. So, and yes, women, hey, the amount of power you have. And I see Robin wobbling, but I don't know why you're here. I thought you were on the street. Robin, what happened? You're not marching. Okay, finally from you, and then we'll go back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Chris. You were first of the of youth for clarity. Youth, and my name is Alan Mutedi. Work with APU and Prophet College of Uganda. But on the side of the young people, I'm a member of the Royal Danish Embassy Youth Down for. So I'm a young person.
Okay. You should be marching. You shouldn't be here.
All right. My question is on the issue of the aspect of looking into cost-benefit analysis for the parish development model. Because we've seen so many programs from government that have been disbanded. So for us to avoid going back to a disbandment program, parish development model, I believe we would also be looking at the cost-benefit analysis to really understand, to make us reflect and then also project on how best we can move as a country. And then the other thing is looking at the rate of the return on investment into the parish development model. Because over and now again, we've seen a lot of money being invested into the parish development model. But when it comes to time of collecting the money back into the system, it becomes a bit challenging. So we invest so much, but at the end of the day, we do not realize the rate of return on investment.
Okay.
So I think that could be also another kind of discussion that we would really want to respond to. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And I really apologize if I cut you short. As you can see, we have learned over time that these conversations are too important to happen in just half a day. But we also learned that it is very difficult to keep adults for a full day. So we've had to keep, managing within the half day, and we'll try as much as possible to have as many conversations as possible so that we can continue the conversation. So now I'd like to go to my panel. and you'll just have 1 minute. You already made your final statement to the president, but I'll give you an extra minute in case wali akatalekeka. 1 minute, and then we'll come back, we'll end with Julius.
I think what I need to say briefly is that we need to develop our litmus paper of the poverty reduction potential of an enterprise. Before an enterprise is adopted in a community, let us test it. Otherwise, we shall waste a lot of time moving in a vicious cycle of poverty.
Okay.
That one is very critical.
Thank you. Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. As I've said before, PDM as a strategy is very good. Once we follow it to the last dot of it, it will definitely deliver Ugandans from the problem of poverty. However, I would request to the Minister of Finance and the government, they have been telling us that they will be sending the money, 100 million every financial year. But sometimes, yes, they send the money, but sometimes we receive the money towards the end of the financial year. It comes quarterly, but sometimes towards the end of the financial year, which bothers the beneficiaries. Secondly, the government should pay a lot of attention to Pillar 5 mindset change. We should not get tired of talking. Let's continue talking to the Ugandans. Maybe at one time, they'll change their mind and focus on making money other than thinking of only a gift from the president. Secondly, thirdly, the government should look at getting market for the produced goods at the parish level. It should also improve on the roads at the parish level. It should also put electricity lines at the parish level. Also equip the parish with tools to use. Some parish chiefs don't have the equipments to use, and which is a challenge. And lastly, they should involve politicians. Sometimes you meet the SACCO chairperson telling you that I have received the money. A SACCO chairperson telling you that he has received the money. And there is that mismatch. So we need to be involved as politicians, not in handling the money, but from one stage to another, we need to be involved. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Chairperson, you promised water and electricity in my village. How is that going so far?
We are trying.
You are trying. Yeah, and market for our pigs. I mean, we are eating them now. Okay, let's go to Angela.
Thank you very much. When we had gymnastics in Parliament, when the President had returned the appropriation bill, part of the money that Honorable Kabahenda and colleagues had moved from Mr. Museveni's budget was, one was 4 billion for monitoring and sensitization for PDM. And how I wish, if we want to improve things, that in utilizing that money, we could be able to look at the different pillars of the PDM to be able to speak to each other instead of concentrating on financial inclusion. Why financial inclusion cannot stand alone and it will not work, I'll speak in the names of a grandmother in Atuturi in Komi district who had to use SACCO money to bail out her daughter from the hospital. She went to give birth, normal delivery, but had complications, and the bill turned out to be 300,000. And she was detained in that hospital, though she had to get money from the SACCO to pay that hospital bill. That story is reflected in many areas. We do work in Buyikwe as the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights. And for the longest time, because of the lack of a public alternative, mothers were ending up in St. Francis Hospital, which is a PNFP. It also receives government funding, but girls end there to give birth, and they are detained because they cannot pay their medical bills. When we talk about livelihood programs, if we want to lift people out of poverty, we have to look at healthcare, we have to look at education, we have to look at social protection. If we ignore that, we are not investing in our people. It makes a lot of business sense to invest in people, that even the programs that we are talking about, the livelihood programs, if I receive an education, I will not sell the coffee beans as my grandfather sold them. I'll be able to add value to those beans. I'll be able to look for the market, and it will be different for me. So we need to reclaim public services. And I want to tell you that we need to think critically about primary education. It is key, it is the basic, but also look at primary health care. As long as those are not sorted, when people receive this money, their immediate need will be to bail out a patient who has been detained, or to pay school fees for a child who is about to sit for their living exams. So healthcare, education, social protection are key. You cannot isolate them, but we need to look at the different pillars of PDM. It is a good strategy, and if it was implemented the way it was designed, it would be very far. The concentration on financial inclusion will not sort it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's now have Honorable Kabahenda.
Thank you very much. I have only two issues. One is for all the wealth creation programs we have had for this country and reliefs, I wanted us now to start drawing parameters to see the poor being graduated into another level of living, because as if the poor never graduate, because they will remain on relief forever, and every other wealth creation will come for the same poor people. I think we need to start registering poor people who are graduating into the upper class, so that we make those kind of strides. And therefore the Secretariat this time, I think, should give us a more specific kind of performance indicator on the poor themselves, whether they are graduating from poverty or poverty is their way of livelihood. And the second one is to look at, to review the policies that are existing and align the PDM policy to the other policies that exist for us to be able to integrate the PDM into the other running programs and deliverables of government. So we need to now bring out the parish structure into the Local Governments Act as one of the implementing structures, which now has started getting staff, has started getting players. And so these are some of the things we need to now align into the existing policies so that they can be accommodated, and then we leave no lacuna for us to implement PDM more effectively. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, Julius.
Quickly, one is we need to know how success is going to look like after PDM. Is it the tons of maize we are producing, or exporting, or the income generated from the maize, or the wealth created? We need to be very clear about that. We need to invest seriously in the social sector. If my child is sick, I get PDM money. First priority is to get that child out of hospital. But if that hospital was providing very good healthcare services, then I can comfortably invest the money from PDM. Lastly, is government must appreciate and accept that it can't do it alone. It must look for partnerships. And civil society, whether you like us or not, we are your best partners. We can monitor that money for you very well because you are not everywhere. But also that civil society organizations provide income generating activities that can complement PDM. I thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My first panel, I'd like to invite you to really give them a big round of applause. Hey, I haven't dismissed you. Hey. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Really, quite a lot has emerged. I will just point out maybe one or not 5 things which I feel are very critical. The first one is one size does not fit all. The pro rata basis of supporting parishes is one of the things that I think was pointed out in the conceptualization of the model as a big challenge. You cannot give a person who is establishing a chapati stall 1 million, and you give a person who wants to do dairy 1 million. It doesn't make sense. There are women who are actually saying, for us, we want to roast nuts and maize. And they only need 100,000 for their capital. But you're forcing them to take 1 million. And then there's a man who wants to start, what is it called? A dairy enterprise. They have land. So they just need a Frisian, which would cost like 3 million. So I think that's one thing that has to be investigated, and perhaps an adaptation is made. The second thing is that we can focus on production, but production alone without corresponding market is not enough. And my village is a very perfect example. I can tell you we produced. Yes, we had 2 people who were rearing pigs, and I was one of them. And then government gave piglets to so many people, and they started rearing pigs as well. The market was circulated, and we were not getting a return on our investment, so we decided to start eating the pigs ourselves. So we have to create a market for the products that we are producing. Number 3, we have to have a framework for monitoring and evaluation. And I don't know whether it is NPA and they're in the room, or UBOS, or even the Economic Monitoring Unit of the Office of the President that has to fortify this effort to make sure that we are documenting the results, but also more fundamental, I think something that Julius and Jonas said, what does success look like? Is it that picture that, Julius put up towards the end, the picture of a very good village setting, and said, we might not achieve this, but, so we have to define what success looks like. Number 4, the question of mindset change. And there's a pillar called mindset change. The chairperson, LC5 of Iwanda, was speaking at an event in Mbarara, where I think it was the Minister for General Duties, Honorable Kasio Lumumba, was. And they were talking about PDM. They were, at that time they didn't really like it. They said, how can you give money to people who are poor without changing their mindset? And that was the problem. We receive the money, we eat it. Because we have problems. If you marry a second wife, you just do something to use, because you're not used to this kind of money. So we needed to invest in mindset change before we actually gave people money. But we gave money before doing that. And that's why maybe we had some challenges. And then lastly, the song that everyone has been singing around, abuse and misappropriation. And Julius is right. The first episodes of abuse, the money was recovered. But let me tell you, what we discovered when we were doing this study is that it was not necessarily abuse. That what was happening is that there were different guidelines issued. And chief administrative officers made some mistakes, not all of them, but some made some mistakes in how they were actually conducting business. And that was happening. Of course, there are also elements of abuse. There was corruption and bribery, where people, to register a circle, you just have to bribe someone, collect transport to move to a district, things like that. So this is something that I think the model needs to address. Then finally, I think Isa did and Angela mentioned this very well. As a country, we have to determine where we need to be investing our money. If you ask the question, in our households that are poor, what are the immediate needs? Food, shelter, education for our children, and healthcare. So when I have money and my child is sick and I can't find medicine in the hospital, I will go and buy Panadol. And I think we need to work on that. We need to find ways in which we fortify our health sector so that people are not spending money on buying drugs in the hospitals or even getting treatment. We always joke at the NGO forum that actually all of us, the staff of NGO forum, even when we are not paid poorly, we are simply a medical bill away from poverty. That you have someone in hospital, they are admitted, your salary is gone, and you're in debt. So what needs to be done is to fortify that. The second one is the cost of education. it's actually, it's bad that what used to be government schools, we now pay much more in those schools than we pay in private schools. My own school is a government school, Mbara High School. I have a brother there now. I pay much more, I would pay. More than I would pay at Chitende, which is a private facility. But all the teachers are paid by government. I'm on the OBs Association, so we see these things. And you wonder, why would a government school be charging that amount of money? 2.5 million Ugandan shillings per term. So I think we need to find ways in which we fortify and invest in our education sector. If you talk to people like Dr. Moses Isoba, who studied those years, 1980s, they tell you, they studied for free. You went to Kigezi College, Butobere, studied for free. You went to, what is your school, sir? Mwiri, the one of Busoga. Busoga, Mwiri College, something you studied for free. Now, you're lucky, you pass, you come to Makerere University. You will study for free, and government will also pay you. You know that thing, boom, that he always talks about. For him, he had triple A's, so he would get double boom. And then I learned a new term recently, that there were people who were remind me, vague what? Veg economica. You come from a poor family, you have no money. So when you come to Makerere, you can't afford a girlfriend. So you're called veg economica. Oh, and by the way, go around ministries of government. Look at the PSs, look at the commissioners and directors. They were veg economicas. Most of them. We can even mention names. But they started, poor as they were, they are now in charge. But we are not creating a platform for the poor today. And I think that's, I felt that Angela was a very powerful thing. Should we be investing in giving cash, or should we actually fortify those sectors so that people are not spending their disposable income? So I really just wanted to summarize that panel, the first panel like that. And of course, I think we have an invitation from the Ministry of Defense that 4 years ago, they started a similar program. And they have made significant progress. And we know, I mean, the Ministry of Defense, there's a lot of discipline there. You know, it might not be as disciplined as Ministry of Local Government, but I think there's something to learn. Maybe the invitation is for the PDM Secretariat and the Office of the President to just interact with her and the Ministry of Defense and their program to see what we can learn from there that can be replicated. How can we replicate military discipline in how we are managing the PDM? And I know we tried that with NADS, but we'll see. Can you clap for the first panel? Can you also clap for me for summarizing it well? All right, now I would like to constitute our second panel. And this panel is very unique because these are now the people in charge. So all the questions that emerged from the first panel, from the presentations, are going to be answered by the gentlemen that we are going to be hosting now. Commissioner Spriana Chlanyang, I hope I pronounced your name very well. The Commissioner Policy and Planning, the Ministry of Local Government. Please, you're welcome. And we have the Acting Director of Financial Management Services at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Minister Geoffrey Semugoma. I pronounced that right, I hope, as well. So you're welcome. And then the gentleman from my alma mater, my good friend, Mr. Vincent Musime from the Office of the President, the the Directorate of Socio-Economic Monitoring and Research at the Office of the President. Now, in case you are arrested, please get his number. He's a very powerful man. That's why I have to insist my friend, so that when I am picked, I just get the video clip and show the officer, my friend from the Office of the President. All right, so we will start with the Commissioner in the Ministry of Local Government. And one of the objectives, like I read out in the morning of the PDM, is to deepen decentralization. And I want to start from there because I think it's a court that has done some research that while Uganda was the beacon of decentralization at the beginning, in the late 1980s and early 1990s, there's a way in which we have re-centralized. So if the money for the PDM is managed centrally, in what way are you deepening decentralization? So I'll start with you, Commissioner, on that question, but you can feel free to actually touch on some of the things that have emerged from the conversation so far. And you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. And probably I should start, before I forget, to thank Julius Kapepe for the presentation, and also the gentleman from Accord, Mr. Jonas Mbabazi, and most especially the NGO Forum for organizing this engagement, which has given us the opportunity to share about PDM. So first of all, of course, the general feeling that I got from the discussion and the presentation is that PDM has done very well, and that everybody is saying PDM is good, but probably there are a few things that we need to improve, which is really a plus for us as government, and also, most importantly, as the Ministry of Local Government, because PDM is actually being led by the Ministry of Local Government. And we are happy and glad that we are making progress in its implementation. And probably you should know that the reason, and this is in answering the question that the facilitator put forward, you should know that because of decentralization, the Ministry of Local Government was put in place in order to guide, coordinate, and advise and advocate for local governments. So you realize that the Ministry of Local Government has straight line to the district, to the sub-county, to the parish. So Ministry of Local Government was definitely better placed to make sure that PDM at the parish actually is implemented the way it's supposed to be. So also probably it's important for you to know that there is this pillar number 7, which is governance and administration. That pillar is also being led by the Honorable Minister of Local Government. And as the name says, the work is to make, the mandate of that pillar is to ensure that the foot soldiers are actually doing their work. So the people we're talking about is the parish chief is doing his work, the extension worker in the sub-county is doing his work in showing farmers and beneficiaries how to go ahead with the financing or with planting and so on. So this is a very critical pillar, and it's the one which really would ensure that PDM succeeds. Now, we are 2 years. Now we are 2 years. At first, in the first 2 years, of course, we are still struggling to set up. What Julius said, that we are being born. Now, after 2 years, I think it's right that we check and we say, okay, look, where have we reached? And so, and that's where I welcome the report from Jonas and the positive feedback that he has given us. And probably at this stage I should say, as the ministry that is implementing PDM and who is the overall coordinator of PDM, my job here today is really to take feedback. So I have listened to the report from Jonas, a very detailed report, and I'll request him to give us a copy. I've also been able, of course, getting the feedback from the plenary and the panel that is before us. And I will say that we have actually noted all the issues that have been raised. Probably there are a number of them have actually been writing since they arrived here. And so we will definitely now take this together and consider it as the Ministry of Local Government. Also, probably it's important that you know that we are actually going to start a parish, a harmonized parish by parish monitoring exercise. So in a few weeks, you will see that every single parish in Uganda will be visited, and for purposes of monitoring, for finding out a couple of things which have been raised and have also been raised already. The issues of nepotism, you find somebody, the beneficiaries of the circle are all relatives of the chairman or a member of the PDM circle. These are issues that we're going to find out. Things like bribery. There are people who are saying we're asked to give some money before they click the button for the 1 million to come to your what? To your phone. Issues such as performance of the PDC. There are people who do not know what the PDC is supposed to do, and also the parish chief. They don't know the parish chief, and so on, and so they're failing to benefit. Things like compliance with guidelines. So we are going to go there also to understand things like application of the funds. You applied for money to do a piggery project, but then again you take the money and do other things. And of course, we've also noted the issues the other issues of policy nature. The gentleman is saying about 65% of the beneficiaries are women when you aggregate. Another person is saying that the sizes of the parish, there are parishes with 4 villages, there are parishes with 20 villages. What is the way forward? Should they benefit the same the 700 million per parish? These are policy issues. There are people who are saying the size, one size fits it all, like the facilitator said. How can you push somebody who needs all the 300,000 shillings to take 1 million? These are policy issues. And so what I'm saying is we have noted this as the Ministry of Local Government, and being the one responsible for this policy of PDM, we will therefore now make proposals, we'll make recommendations, and we will consider them and then see what to propose in line with this discussion, and hopefully we should be able to improve the PDM further. So for now, I'll just say I'll end there, and I'll allow my colleagues to give their submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. Is my microphone working? Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Can we now go to Director Vincent Musime?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to begin by thanking the NGO Forum for bringing us together to discuss this national and very important program, and also to thank the presenters. The two presenters who presented, especially from the Secretariat, taking us through the conceptual framework of how PDM was conceptualized, and then also Jonas for actually bringing out the issues and the performance so far. I can confirm that we also did a quick, because as Office of the President, our mandate in economic monitoring is to oversee the implementation, actually effective implementation of government programs, wherever they are. So we conducted a quick oversight implementation of PDM, and our findings are not different from what has been put here. And maybe I would like to put it to the House that was PDM a welcome program for the for the country? If the answer is yes, then I would ask, was it introduced sort of any problem? I would also imagine that the answer is yes. If there is anybody thinking no, then you say it, shout it out. But if the answer is yes, and do we all believe that PDM can deliver the espoused socio-economic transformation that the NRM government is talking about? I would also strongly believe that the answer is yes. So then that means that we need to get it right. We need to get it right, what is wrong and what is right. From Jonas's presentation, it is very clear of the weaknesses, the gaps identified, and the successes. And from our own study, we actually identified that 80% of the money that was disbursed went into production, which actually was demonstrated also by Julius here. So that shows you that this is one of the best programs that can actually transform this country. But the challenge I think we have is, and I think which this room we need to fix together, not Ministry of Local Government alone. Because the challenge we have is getting lost in mandate overlaps, in this is mine, this is, we need to work together and collectively come up with methodologies that can address what is wrong and then move forward with what is right. I normally use analogies, and I would like to consider PDM as a vehicle, a brand new vehicle that is on the road. And I would consider pillar 3 of the PDM as fuel in the vehicle. So a vehicle cannot move with only fuel. There are tires, you have to do service, there has to be a driver. So these are other pillars of PDM. So we need to bring on board those other, actually the money, a lot of money that would support the success of PDM is in other pillars than pillar 3. But the conception we have as the population or as the people is that PDM is pillar 3. Because the money is going. Everybody, even here, I could clearly see that we continue to think that the PDM is centered around pillar 3. But we need to recognize as government that PDM was developed or was conceptualized taking cognizance of the fact that there are other interventions of government that are in place. Now, the question we need then to ask ourselves is, how best can we align all these other interventions of government to pillar number 3? So that when the vehicle gets fuel, then the driver can drive it, and the tires can be on the vehicle. So I would like to think that my message I have from the presentations and the discussion is that I think what is important is that, I mean, I don't even agree with my brother here that he needs again to go parish by parish, trying to find out what has been already found out. Because there is nothing that you are going to find out that has not been found out by the previous presentations. I think what we need to do is to collectively sit together, or maybe Ministry of Local Government needs to constitute us collectively, and we come up with a collective theory of change of how best we can implement PDM going forward. By coming up with mitigating measures to solve the gaps that have been identified clearly in Jonas's paper and also how best we can harmonize and optimize the benefits that have been clearly listed in the presentation done by Julius. So, right now what we need to be discussing is the process right. Was the conceptualization, because my theme is to discuss the results of, I am getting back to my, it is discuss the results of, yeah, my topic is monitoring for results. What does the success for PDM look like? So to me, the success of PDM now, you cannot, the vehicle has just been bought, it is on the road. Okay, 3 years, it is still in a good condition, but it needs to be serviced. We are saying the service is lacking. Can you now service it? Yeah, so you cannot start talking about the volumes of production that my brother, Mr. Julius, was asking for. We cannot start talking about volumes of production. We cannot start talking about a household that has transformed from the subsistence to money economy, and again also being an entrepreneur. Maybe that one will come after 5 years. Can we relax and first focus on the processes? Are we getting them right? Are we addressing the objectives of PDM as they are? Can we link the inputs that have gone into PDM in terms of funding, in terms of the budgets that are given to other MDAs to do U-gift schools, these other U-gift hospitals? Can we link those ones and see how best they are complementing each other? And we see where the gaps are. And then we come up with maybe a harmonized approach for implementation, so that after 5 years, we sit with Julius and we look at the production volumes, at the families that have transformed because of PDM. But right now we want to know, did the money reach people? If the answer is yes, then to me I regard that as a success, as a result, maybe at the output level or at the intermediate, at the immediate outcome level. But to really appreciate the impact of PDM, it is going to be after some time. But it is you and me now to start discussing what is it that we are getting right and what is it that we are getting wrong. We look at the outputs. Are we getting the outputs that we thought that we would get? Then we go and try to see how come other ministries are saying that some ministries are still waiting for money for PDM, but they are getting budgets every financial year. So why don't they prioritize the interventions of PDM to complement Pillar 3? So these are some of the issues to be, I think, that should preoccupy us. There were issues to do with you know, when I start talking from not a script, I get lost. But I agree with the statement that we need to see families graduating. We cannot keep on talking about poverty all the time. We need to see families graduating. Now, if we want to see families graduating, how do we do it? Maybe when we are collectively trying to construct the theory of change, we need to bring that aspects into play. How can we see families graduate from subsistence to the money economy? And one of the ways to do it is that how then can we bring the private sector into play of the PDM? Because if my mother in the village down there in Chenjuju gets her eggs from the chicks that have been bought from the money from PDM, she wants to see where to sell those chickens. And those chickens are not going to find a way of going to the Middle East or Kenya or where, but they are going to be bought by somebody around that village. So how best can we mobilize those people to provide the market, immediate market, for those small people who have used PDM money to start up some small enterprises. Then we need also, when we are constructing, for instance, I hear there are some people from Ministry of Energy, there are people from Ministry of Agriculture, there are people from Ministry of Water. How best can we see that, for instance, there is an ecological zone mapping? Can it be available everywhere? Can the RDCs explain it to the community? So that the intervention, when they get this money, we do not see the waste that somebody demonstrated here by seeing seedlings of coffee in an area that does not grow coffee. You take seedlings of tea to an area that does not, then that means there is a problem. These are the things that we need to fix as a government.
Finally.
So we need to see how best to partner as government with the civil society to discuss real issues that are very constructive and that can actually bring results, not politicizing everything. PDM is meant for the next election. No, but we have all agreed here that actually PDM is a transformation vehicle to deliver us to where we want to be. So we need constructive engagement. We need to be ideologically aligned to result management, and we need to continue to engage in dialogues like this, but not to repeat what has already been identified. We shall always come here and eat food, good food, and drink, and then we go back home. Maybe I would like to suggest that next time NGO Forum calls us, we could actually partner with even Office of the President, so that when we call back these people and Office of and Minister of Local Government, we practically look at the collective draft theory of change of what can move PDM from where it is to where we want it to be as Ugandans, not as the Minister of Local Government, not as President's Office, not as Minister of Finance, but as Ugandans, so that we present it as a collective framework of how best we can get it right. I submit.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Really appreciate it. And we will take you up on your offer. The next time we invite you, the food will be paid by the Office of the President. And we will have food today, which will be paid by the European Union and the NGO Forum. The Ministry of Finance is one of my favorite ministries. I think if you talk about bureaucratic capacity, it is one of those institutions that really has excellent and well-educated people running it. Now, you're also the ones in charge of money. So the question that we posed for the ministry is, what could be done to actually effect real change with the PDM?
Thank you very much, moderator. The whole audience, I want to say from the onset that we value such forums, we value such feedback, and we take serious a lot of the issues that are raised here to inform how we progress. Now, listening to all these brilliant ideas, I keep asking myself, why do we always fail to get our programs right? And why are we always worried when a program is starting that it is also going to fail? For me, it is always intriguing that there is an inherent pessimism and fear. Of course, we can say once bitten, twice shy, but I think for PDM, we have a very big opportunity. And I don't want to be like those who always say there is a normal saying that HB Mogera late. You know, the program is already moving, then someone says it was wrongly conceptualized. It should have been. Let's start from where we are and say, how do we move forward? What realistic adjustments can we make? Of course, for us as Minister of Finance, we have 3 roles in PDM. One is the Minister of Planning. So from a planning perspective, this is deeply anchored into the planning framework, and I'll explain a little bit. 2, the budgeting. There are those who even doubted that government will provide 1 trillion shillings per year. It has been delivered for 2 consecutive years, and even in this year's budget, it's there. The third role is that we are in charge of Pillar 3, which is the financial inclusion pillar, which we take pride, but with caution, that it's working, the money is getting there, but we are worried that is the money actually, can we make the money work? I think for us that is what is now preoccupying us. Initially it was fear that money would not go, would not be budgeted, would not go. That is the smallest of our fears now. Now the issue is, how do we make money work? Listening to the conversations here, a few issues are process issues, which are okay in this phase, which we call the stabilization phase. There are many process issues. In fact, some of them I fail to know which way to take. It's like people waking up on a day and one is praying that it shines, and then another prays that it rains. The farmer wants rain, the person selling soft drinks wants it to shine. So even God is sometimes stuck. Who do I deliver to? I listened to Jonas saying, where Wendy worked, so much was cut out. I also listened to Chibuku saying Wendy worked well. I listened to the Honorable from Chenjojo, who said we need systems. And my heart was warming. Then I listened to Ibanda. Ibanda was saying the problem is Wendy. You know, so if you are God, sometimes you also don't know which side to take. But to be honest, this is the first program where you can, with precision, locate who the beneficiary is by phone number, by village, by parish, by national ID. There are no such programs before. It is not even isolated. I can say it's 85%. And the 15% was because of skepticism. There are those who used technology as a reason for not delivering. So they say, oh, it's delaying disbursements, you know, the drive to disburse. Rather than the preparation of beneficiaries, profiling them. Yeah, there was someone who raised the question about the census data and the poverty levels. When you look at the PDMIS, it actually profiles every beneficiary. Where are they as they enter the program? And over the next 3 years, we should be able to track this person through this journey if we allowed systems to work. So for me, my prayer is that we do not look at this program as a distribution program, but a real socio-economic transformation program. There was another issue, I think it was still even about the release of money quarterly, and you know, yes, true, we had committed to a certain program of release of funds, but there are always realistic adjustments. As you noted from what civil society raised, by November, how much money was still on the accounts? So you don't just send more money when money is still sitting on the accounts. We've now agreed that we are going to be releasing money twice, in January and in June. So the money we've just released should work up to December. Then by January, we release that. Then we release in June. So the quarterly was dropped. We now aligned to twice a year, but also the programming. And then I also wanted to from the planning perspective, PDM is deeply anchored into the national planning framework. And this is how. One, it's socio-economic transformation. If you see what we are targeting is the elimination of peasantry. Let me say, that is what Europe did. You know, we are targeting the bottom of the pyramid. This whole Gen Z thing you hear, if you don't address their pockets. That is what you see. They are not, if they are not busy, if they are not earning, but if someone is earning and busy, they don't engage in it. They don't even have time to waste. Very few will go into the political space. So the issue of I think the president calls it wealth creators, and then productive workers. So you have two classes. Even the other ones who are not wealth creators are productive workers. And that's what PDM tries to do. Secondly, it focuses on the 4 sectors that have been identified for spurring job creation and wealth creation. And these are commercial agriculture, ICT, industry, and service sector. If you look at how PDM is designed, by us targeting those smallholder farmers, you'll always have an emergency of an agro industry somewhere within a region. And if we had more time, moderator would even explain what we are trying to do now. The gentleman from Chibuku or Budaka would tell you that now we've advised them to advise us 3 commodities strictly from a district, so that they don't scatter these funds across so many enterprises. Let's have 3 commodities per district. Then you can attract off-takers, you can attract economies of scale, you can attract agro-industrialization. So in terms of planning, we are focusing on that. But it also deploys all the factors of production. Economists know that you need, for you to achieve a certain level of development, you must optimally use all the factors of production. Now, if you look at capital, we are providing. Labor, it may be yours or you hire. Land, it's agro-based. Entrepreneurship, we are using Chibaru. We are trying to get people into business development. Now, the pressure we have sometimes is disburse money before people are actually prepared. But we wish it could be done. And then, of course, the knowledge and markets, all this coming. But it is also one of the key programs under the recently announced 10-fold growth strategy. If you see one of the anchor programs of that strategy, you will know that PDM is across. I submit.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Please give my panel a very good... And we are coming to you for questions, but I really have this question I've always wanted to ask the Ministry of Finance and the Office of the President. If you go to northern Uganda, if you went there 3 months ago, you find we had a lot of mangoes, and you'd buy a very big basket at 2,000 Ugandan shillings. Ruero, I've never understood. You go to Ruero, you buy 4 big pineapples at 10,000 Ugandan shillings. Huh? 6,000. For you, 6 pineapples for you, over negotiate now. And then you go to eastern Uganda, the oranges, big basket. At how much? 3. And then you come to our supermarkets here in Kampala. You bought 6 pineapples if you're a negotiator like Julius at 10,000. But you buy 1 pineapple here in Kampala. Those of you like, you know, Isoba, supermarket, at 10,000 or 5,000. Or you're buying 1 mango at 2,000. Yet you bought a basket in Gulu at 2,000. And I've never understood, if we have that kind of production, which we know there is, what stops us from investing in creating either value addition? So for people in northern Uganda, we have a mango fruit factory, and we start buying, what is it called? Packed fruit juice in our supermarkets. Or at least try and I've never understood where the problem is, and I want to pose this question to you. If you went to our supermarkets, I think half of you might actually be buying Kenyan concentrates on our supermarkets. So-called orange juice, passion, flavored, yet we have the best fruits here. So where do you think the problem is, and how can we address that problem? Because I always look at the farmer on the roadside with those mangoes, and I do not understand how we actually exploit the opportunities that are presented there. So I'll get back to you, and then we'll go to the audience.
Thank you very much, moderator, and I think you are spot on. First of all, many of these commodities that you see are natural currencies. So you find mangoes were there. and they've always historically been there, but now they've been given economic value. And people also tried to expand and grow. You gave an example of mangoes. Teso, there is a fruit factory. Now, some of the challenges that emerge is that some of the mangoes are not necessarily fit for the industry because they have a lot of fiber, and that is a problem. Now, the cycle of restarting planting a mango to produce and then supply the factory is sometimes the patience that we don't have. So we need to, it's more of mindset change, that you need to now invest in a process of resetting, and you say, okay, what does the, and we are calling that market-led. Because what we have been doing, and I think Julie has touched it, is that we are producing. But what we are producing is not market-led. We need to first of all look at what does the market need, and then develop the whole value chain to deliver what the market needs, both in terms of inputs, because you must provide the inputs in terms of productivity so that you get the quantity the market needs, in terms of the quality, because you need also UNBs and certified products on this market so that they are not only for the local market, but also export market. Now, it's not that there is nothing happening. This is a journey. Things, first it was, and PSS still like saying that we need to cut off one finger at a time. The first finger was money and organization, which was set up. So these PDM circles were set up, money has gone. Now, at least we've sorted that problem. Now, the next problem is actually that value chain development, from input to market, to the market. Now, the other issues that we need to address are the enablers, because many times it's not unusual. For instance, I don't know whether you have anyone from KCCA, that you may give money to a PDM beneficiary, and his project is a roadside kiosk, and then enforcement comes and sweeps it. Yes, it's part of organizing the city, but we must also organize the beneficiaries in a way that they work in a legitimate way, in a legitimate place, and serve customers at a given standard. So there are many preparatory activities that are going on in this, but also the fact that you raise the fact that in the supermarket it's more expensive. It's typical that the middleman and the services earn more than the farmer. And I think this is part of the economics of agriculture. Mr. Moderator, when you were at school, you were eating probably a quarter of kilo of posho and some beans. When your incomes go up, you don't eat more posho. You don't eat more beans. Actually, you may even eat less. But instead, you want services. You want to, first of all, you eat in a place like this. So, and you pay more money because it's more decent. But you also go to the gym. You learn to, you'll get an Uber. So the services along the PDM value chain actually should be targeted. And there's a lot of space for private sector and collaboration. But getting this whole machinery organized is a process, and I think we are on that journey.
Okay. I think that's a very good promise. I want to end before I come to the audience with Vincent. The president is really very powerful. I don't know whether, and the question I have for me is, given what we understand about the need to fortify our social sector, to make sure that people are not spending their disposable income on things that government can actually provide with our tax resources, are we advising the president right in terms of where to invest?
Yeah, to me, I think it is an issue of planning. It is an issue of planning, because we need to see all the pillars. We need to see some bit of connectivity along with the 7 pillars, because we have had situations where we have facilities, like even from the previous question you asked, we have value addition facilities in areas where there are no produce. Likewise here, we have World Bank funded schools, World Bank funded hospitals, World Bank funded roads, but those roads and those schools and in fact hospitals do not speak to the person you are targeting to give PDM money. So to me, I think there is a need for the whole kind of review. We need to, that's why I'm advocating for a theory of change. Because how can Pillar 1 complement Pillar 3? How can Pillar 2, how can Pillar 5, 6 complement Pillar 3? So we need to, because you'll find where you have taken money, hopefully that person does not even need but collectively, they will need the road. But as he said, that when people produce in aggregate volumes, they need a processing plant. So likewise, to me, I think we need to identify, we should not just go by one size fits it all, let us have schools everywhere, let us have, so I think we need to align our planning to the needs of the targeted communities, and we get to know exactly what do people want.
Okay.
And by doing that, is that we need to move our interventions more or less in a complementary manner. Because you find somebody in the Ministry of Water is busy planning to take water into an area where possibly people are keeping chicken. I don't know chicken, whether they are doing poultry. And there are people who are busy growing and possibly they do not have water. So we need to have some kind of harmonized, integrated implementation of government programs.
Thank you.
And to me, that's something that we are still trying to fix as a government, not as the president. The president guides, the president visualizes, and he gives you the means to deliver. So I think the issue is for us technocrats to go back to the drawing board and see how best we can have a harmonized implementation framework.
Thank you so much. We're now going into the plenary. Let me see those who would like to contribute. Hey, my panelists now want to speak again. Okay, let me see. I will start. So I will have to start with Moses. He has threatened me already. My contract is coming to an end. And while we're we were joined by the Ministry of Public Service. So if you're here from the Ministry of Public Service, do identify yourself so we can welcome you. Thank you so much for joining us. Ministry of Tourism. This one I need. Where are you, Ministry of Tourism? Okay, I think he or she stepped out. There's a lot to say about the potential that tourism has. Ministry of Kampala City Authority. Oh, right at the back, thank you. And we have Housing Finance Bank. You're welcome as well. We should share our report, Jonas, with Housing Finance because there's a lot about their system and how they are treating clients. So thank you so much for coming. So Moses, and then we'll take the rest of the hands.
Thank you, Chris. I want to build on two analogies. And the first analogy has been made by Vincent about the vehicle, that PDM is a vehicle. And definitely the vehicle has different parts. I would imagine, PDM has different components, different pillars. Perhaps in the vehicle, there would be one part that you can take off and the vehicle can still move. But the king there is the engine. I want to consider that perhaps we're looking at the financial inclusion pillar as the king. But that said, the question that I do have is when you look at all these pillars, what is it that we could ever actually have first put attention to? We are a country that is basically engaged in pest-infested, rain-fed agriculture. And if you look at what the previous panel was saying, that maybe we could have put even attention on health of the people first, because PDM would only succeed if people are healthy. You don't want to work with diseased peasants. People say there is a problem of illiteracy. Maybe we could have put attention on aspect of people reading and writing so that they can actually be able to go withdraw their own money. So when you look at all these different aspects or different pillars, I know they all carry weight. Julius told us each of them has a manager, but one wonders, where should we be putting the greatest attention on these pillars? And what could have actually as a country put attention to first, even before rolling out PDM? Now let me get to a private conversation that I had with Vincent, and I'm surprised that you haven't mentioned it here.
You have permission? Do you have permission to reveal the private conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
Without necessarily being the spokesperson of Vincent, but I think he runs some very nice model where actually it's kind of like something like PDM, but it's not PDM, it's your model. And in there, the most important aspect is insurance. That whatever you are giving out, which I will not mention, is that it's insured. But in all the conversation that we talked about in PDM, whether people are getting cows, people are getting this, there is no insurance. So, the cows are not insured, the chicken is not insured, the pigs are not insured, the crops are not insured, despite the fact that, we're having, deal with, as I said, rain-fed agriculture, pest-infested agriculture, and there is no insurance. So why can't we talk about insurance under PDM?
Finally. Okay. There's a lady at the back. Okay, the people having microphones. Yeah, so I need you to be in stationary position so I can locate you. Yeah, so you remain there.
Thank you very much. I would just like to speak to the issue that has been coming out about budgets, prioritization of Pillar 3 against all the other pillars. PDM, actually, in principle, the assumption is that PDM works coherently with existing structures and programs. Pillars expect new money, and I had it here in the findings, but every pillar, through their program working groups, every year in and out, has budgets and plans that are specific to the things that are related to PDM. If there are roads, are we prioritizing roads? If it's irrigation, is Ministry of Water prioritizing irrigation at a parish level? It's about pillars through their program working group prioritizing their budgets and plans to the parish, which is the epicenter of implementation in the PDM approach. Then the financial pillar comes into build. The question is, are we lamenting or we are holding pillars accountable to what they ought to be doing? Because what they are doing and what they are supposed to be doing in PDM is actually not new. These are things that are mandated to do. If it's a parish at a school, this has been here for a very long time, that every parish should have a primary school. Then two,
finally,
is the social development sector. Galvanizing, for example, its community structures to provide the so much needed mindset change. Mindset change has come through a lot. Is PDM tapping into the current structures of the community? Because at a district you have community structures up to a sub-county level that go through the parish. How then are those mobilized to support the implementation of PDM through mindset
Thank you.
change and
Thank you so much.
orientation? Thank you very much.
So let's take the gentleman there. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Just one moment. I need to help. So don't move where both of you can't be in the same place. So you stay where you are. I see you're moving towards where Derek is. So you stay there. We will be coming to you as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Felix Kafuma from ACFIM. I've been toying with this idea, with this question, but now let me ask it. And could it be possible, because people have talked about the perception people have towards PDM money, it's being seen as a gift from the head of state. Then I was working backwards, and I remember that the conversation around PDM started around 2021. Could it be that the context within which the idea was introduced also affects the way the population perceives? Because in 2021 you have a conversation around PDM, and then around 2022, after elections, it rolls out. Is it possible that also the timing of when some of these noble causes has a way it affects people's perceptions, but also the precedents that they have had with previous programs? Lastly, the issue around value addition. It's important that the different government agencies synchronize, because on one hand, you have products flooding the market from other countries, and you partly touched it, Chris. And if I did value addition on my products, how will I compete with the other products on the market, especially, and if I'm not even helped to be able to compete within, for example, a consumer, like the protectionism I will get as a local producer. So there seems to be a mismatch. On one hand, you're saying value addition. On the other hand, you are not necessarily protecting those who are doing value addition to put their products on the market so that they can be bought by the local.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Your neighbor.
Yeah, thank you once again. I have two questions. One to the Minister of Local Government. The parish development model is perceived as deepening decentralization. And deepening decentralization means transfer of power, authority, functions, resources, and accountability. To what extent is the Ministry of Local Government empowering the local council too, and the executive in particular, to be able to drive decentralization? Two is to the Ministry of Finance. 500 million within 5 years to a parish times 10,000 parishes in the country would be the creation of a huge cooperative bank for this country. To what extent is the Ministry of Finance working with the microfinance support institutions in the Ministry of Finance to look towards the evolution of the PDM into a national cooperative bank to support producers of wealth? Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Very sharp questions. Let's go to the table right ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Maureen Tuchirize. I represent Climate Impact Initiative Uganda, which is a youth-led group. And my question is in line with globalization, AI, and the emergence of the data analytic, that one. Yes. So I would like to ask how the PDM, the PDM, they said it's not PDM. Okay, the PDM is leveraging technology and innovation to enhance development outcomes and address the challenges of migration and climate change.
Thank you. Excellent. Can we go back to Honorable here? Derek, yeah? Right here?
Thank you very much. I want to thank the panelists, and my question, I think, goes to Ministry of Finance. The reason why the people of Uganda remain skeptical is for government not to want to be accountable to the previous programs where you have sunk money. Up to today, we are looking for the return on investment. Right from Entandikwa, you have been expending money, expending money, expending money. So the people of Uganda were right, and it is natural that they became skeptical, thinking that this program would go the way the others went. Number two is the overlaps. We are still forming Emyoga circles, and now you are telling people to form PDM circles. Are we not being over-circularized? And three, sometimes we need to stand to our words. We were in a conference and I asked why we had to start with the pillar 3 of financial inclusion. And this is 1 year ago when we were in budget consultations. And the PSST, quoting his words, he said, it is politically sexy for us to begin with the money so that we can do the rest later. Today we are moving backwards. Now we want to do what we should have done first. It is very, very, very characteristic of government to always start implementing before they even develop policies. This was the same case with SAGE. This is the same case with all the other grants you are giving until Parliament banks tables, that's when the policies will come, but after money has gone, because certain people want to eat earlier. So I think you need to appreciate why people have to be skeptical and live to the standards of the contracts, both social and financial, that you hold.
Thank
and
you.
We need the economists in the Ministry of Finance to learn how to align programs, that when you give money to women, give money to the youth, give money to PWDs, we are going to reduce the numbers of the older persons who may need SAGE, because we shall have built resilience. Are you linking this, or each program stands on their own?
Thank you,
now
Honorable.
PDM has also come.
Thank you, Honorable. There's a gentleman there, and then I'll cross this side. The gentleman just behind you. And I was hoping, because we invited the Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives here, and it's very funny how we have started different circles for different things, and their registration framework is totally different from the one of other circles. And I don't know how we're going to harmonize that in future, actually, whether these circles are just temporary or they are going to be permanent. Yeah, but let's have you, and then we will come this side.
Thank you very much, the moderator. My name is Bwanika Richard Kizito. I work with Caliber. Since morning, we have had good results from different regions of Uganda. But I haven't heard anything from urban municipalities and the cities concerning PDM achievements and challenges. Is PDM for urban, poor? What is the situation for urban settings?
Okay.
Secondly, where is civil society involvement in implementation and monitoring of PDM? Last year, I recommend that parish gifts should be more facilitated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Where are you standing?
Well, thank you, moderator. My name is James, and I work for Uganda Water and Sanitation Network. I think the reason probably why pillar number 3 is sounding out most against all the other pillars is because it comes with money. Because pillar number 4 in social services, it is not going to come with jerrycans of water or tablets or whatever. So everyone who is really interested in seeing the what? The real blood, money. So my wish is that probably as we deliberate here, it is now time for us to rethink of how can we unpack these all these pillars and give more priority to all the pillars, especially pillar number 4. I happen to have served this country for some time now, and apparently I'm working in 15 districts in over 85 parishes. When we run scorecards, especially for the water and sanitation, water and environment sector, we get to realize that many of these villages don't have water, or even the water sources there are dysfunctional and non-functional.
My village doesn't have water. I have been asking
You
the
can
MP.
imagine. So I'm not just talking of water, but safe water. And we are evaluating, or we are assessing the WASH standards established by this government of Uganda. So you run the whole district or some sub-counties, some town councils, and you see the people we are saying we are, driving out of poverty, they are still poor in terms of water access. And like someone said there, indeed it is true, pillar number 3 is not going to cater for that. So the Ministry of Water is supposed to come with its programming, natural resources and all that to offer, these services. And this one is the need that I feel like they need to think about, some of the ones that are structured about there. We know that we need to have the service development for the kids. But I'm not hearing anyone about the development of this service development model. So the parish chief has ended up to be like a microfinance officer, and compared to all the other duties that they are supposed to do, they are concentrating on these beneficiaries.
Finally.
Just last week, as I told you, I was in the world of the account, and I visited a school, a private government unit school, from P1 up to 7, it has very little. 20 people with 4 teachers, and the rest teachers are not supposed to be when is the parish chief going to take care of some
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You talked about graduating the poor. At what stage are we going to graduate the first beneficiaries so that we enroll the new poor?
2026, we will do that. Okay, right behind you. Thank you. Finally. Thank you. So we'll come to the table right ahead. I am done with that side, gentlemen. So yes, we'll go and then we'll come to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Brenda. I work with Open Space Center, the youth focused organization. Speaking on behalf of young people, when we look at the statistics from Google, we have 27.9% of young people that are involved in the This means that it's only the 27.9% that are able to be working production. PDA focuses on cross-sector for employment specifically, that is information, healthcare, services, manufacturing, and ICT. When we talk about the other people that do not have access to land or access to market, and are going to be involved into the value addition process. How will we translate this into the different programs that we are making? Currently, the skilling centers are focusing on catering, focusing on tailoring, catering. But how do we embed the focus of PPM into the other different programs that government is running? How do we start using skilling centers to make sure that young people are able to now to manufacture different things or to add value to different products? The financial inclusion pillar is not specifically limited to money. It also includes equipping people with tools for enterprise growth, something that we actually not talking about, but also equipping them with tools for value addition and marketing their products and services.
Thank you.
So it will say that we really performing very well when it comes to financial inclusion. It's specifically limited to giving out the funds that when it comes to skilling, it is through the agenda that needs to be
Thank you so much. We'll go to the table ahead.
We have a lot on how to one of the how much of that Question is, how can we, how do we start to make media work for the customer? The why question of the how question is very important. How can we take that information at the present which are represented but also so that when you look at corruption, it doesn't look at quality right. One of them was the violation of Norway. So there is still one vote, rigging, equity, and free. So at what point can we have this kind of conversation as a people, so that our lunch next time will not be monitored with the million, but by ourselves.
Thank you.
When we get a gift, we thank whoever gives it. But when we get a loan, we are going to get our children, our grandchildren, my pride for them is when they fly, they are ready to work. And all the youth, Gen Z in this room and outside, they are actually the power. Look at they form the decision makers if voting is a decision. But they have to be informed. They have to have correct information. That was my question, so that I make informed choices, so that we have to also advise those who are there, so that they become part of it. How can we do that?
Thank you, Francis. Thank you. I don't know whether the technician just cuts off my microphone. I sometimes lose it. I need to be able to tell people thank you so that they stop speaking. All right, so the lady just next, no, on this table. Yeah? So don't cut off my microphone. Okay. Thank you. There was a hand here. So take a gentleman here and we'll come this side. Yeah. And even in our own market, we are eating things from outside. Okay. So the question of policy there is very fundamental. Was there? No. This side seems to be very comfortable. So there are people who are unhappy this side. So we will see how many hands, and I'm trying to really close this. So I have 4 hands. No. Okay, just before you start, let me see again. Okay, so we'll take 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 1 minute each. And Charity, I've seen you, so you did the last one with 1 minute as well. So those are 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chris. Mine is issue of the board and building from the conversations that have emerged here. I am of the view that we compress the major emerging issues from this discussion. We probably have targeted engagement. It could be targeted engagement with the Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Finance, Office of the President, on those issues that we think lie within their mandate for them to be able to have them addressed.
Perfect. That's 17 seconds. So you guys learn from him.
All right, thank you. I'm Jemba Michael Sampolo from the EU Youth Sounding Board. And I'll add my voice to the fellow young people who put out their ideas. And the thing that I talk about is one that is pushing the young people you see out there to walk on the streets and march. One, we have a very good national policy structure coming down to the parish committees. And the worst thing we've done is have no structure that disperses out this money. We are seeing several districts reject the lists that have been put out because they are family members. We've built up a structure that breeds corruption and puts it out there. The other thing, we talk about 30% of the 100 million being allotted to the youth. This is in words. We have no pillar to hold on and demand for the 30%. So why don't we have that policy come into place too? Then there is a speaker who talked about PWDs. I've seen a number of PWDs try to stay away from this money because of the legal implications that come with them paying this money. They are not going to be able to pay it off the way any other person would be able to do that. So that's also another issue. Then we have structural and administrative issues in acquiring national IDs. This is not the problem of the people. They want to get the IDs, they are failing to get them, and yet they can't still access these funds. Is there something that is being done in that place? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3.
Thank you. My name is Okuku Richard, Secretary General, Uganda Local Governments Association. And I want to start with the WND. And I think comments have come through. So I have held 5 regional engagements, and members have raised concerns over the WND. So let's not sweep it under the carpet. Let's, I think, jointly create awareness on how we can effectively have the WND deliver. So, and then second is on the issue of gadgets. I think interactions with the parish chiefs, with the senior assistant secretaries, and the technocrats at the local government level indicate that they are poorly equipped with tools. Can we take advantage of the WOBOS gadgets? You know, the recently used tablets. Can we have these distributed to the different parishes? Okay. I think we can create impact. Then the last one is on the involvement of political leaders at the local government level. And I think this has not come out clearly, and we have received a number of reports where political leaders will raise you saying there's a lot of money being distributed in my local government without my knowledge. So can we just, bring them on board to avoid issues of poor coordination and poor movement of troops?
Thank you. Number 4.
Thank you very much. Modest Wadia from Maracha, Council Office. A lot was said on PDM, but the perception I see here seems to be on pillar number 3. You must realize that right from the presentation we learned that PDM has 7 pillars. And pillar 3, which is financial inclusion, only facilitates the rest. Someone was saying, when will government implement the rest of the pillars? The traditional arm of the governments are already implementing the rest of the pillars. Talk of road infrastructure, talk of health, talk of other services, including community services, are being done by the local governments already. So the message here is, under PDM, the government is saying, how else can we put money into the pockets of the poor so that it benefits from this road through trade and commerce, how this patient can be lifted from his home to access services like education, health.
Thank you.
Yes, that is the clarification I wanted to
That
say.
is the only one. Let's go to number 5 now. Charity, finally.
I saw something there. I thought it was him. Thank you, Chris. This is Charity Kalebo from Civil Society. That's why Chris knows me. Now, my questions are 2.
In 30 seconds.
Yes, Chris, I'm normally very brief. 1, we need to consider the question of falsifying data. We've said that data, and I think Honorable Kawahenda was very strong on this, we will not move forward with this PDM except we are accurate on data. The President has been talking about 39% of people in poverty. The question in our minds, us who don't understand statistics, Madam Yugos, we ask ourselves, 39%, is it 3.5 million Ugandans? Are you talking about 14 million Ugandans? Are you talking about 22 million Ugandans? We want numbers to work with. And so the question of data is going to help us to move forward. That is 1. 2, strengthening of parish chiefs as part of the institutional framework. What do we see coming from local government? Thirdly, and that's the final one, Chris, that central government should let local government run the program. I thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. You didn't get a number, so that's why I don't think you were among the 5. So we will, okay, 30 seconds.
I raise your hand. Okay, thank you, moderator. I just have a suggestion on PDMIS and Financial Inclusion System Management. I think what I want to suggest is this right has been given to the CDOs. And we have got a challenge on ground. These CDOs are actually doing cross-cutting issues at the sub-county level. They have too much on them. My suggestion is if these rights can be given to the parish chiefs, at least they manage the system for these beneficiaries so that services are taken closer to the beneficiaries. It could help.
That's excellent. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now, it's exactly 26 minutes past 1. This dialogue was supposed to end at 1:30, but few people decided to go for the march first before you came for the meeting, the march to Parliament. Now, we started a little bit late, so we'll try and finish this conversation in the next 10 minutes. So what is going to happen, I'm going to ask the Ministry of Local Government just provide some responses to the questions, and then we'll go to the Office of the President. Now, the Ministry of Finance, the PSST was supposed to close, and delegated the acting director to actually close on behalf of the ministry. So he will give the final note and close this dialogue. Now, before we go there, just a few notes, just to make sure that we're closing this very well, because after the Minister of Finance has spoken, no one else will speak. We just go and eat our food. So our food is in the restaurant downstairs. Each of you will receive a coupon. What we are doing at the Uganda National NGO Forum, and really quite a number of civil society organizations, is to make sure that we are having these conversations here at the national level for policy reasons, but also at the local level to identify issues that can be addressed locally. So right now we are convening what we are calling the dialogues between CSOs or citizens and the parish development committees. And these are ongoing in the communities where we're implementing this program. The second part is we are having community conversations with people that are actually receiving this money, or actually those that intend to receive the money, and identifying these issues. So the only thing I'm saying here is that we will be creating a catalog of these issues that we'll be sharing with the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Local Government, and more importantly now as well, the Economic Monitoring Unit of the Office of the President, because they're actually doing these regular monitoring processes for the PDM. And then lastly, the role of civil society seems to be underscored variously across platforms every time we have dialogues like this. What surprises is that beyond the space that we are in, where people acknowledge the role we play, there seems to be some also increased negative narrative as well. about civil society in the same breath. So it's really confusing. And of course, this is my friend from the Office of the President. We acknowledge how important the sector is. And I think that should be followed with the same narrative, both from the ministers and the President himself, acknowledging that we play this role fundamentally, create spaces like this. The amount of work that CSBAC does with the Ministry of Finance, I have never seen, better state civil society cooperation. And really, really quite a number of recommendations are taken. We are currently working with the NPA on the NDP4. And so we really need to make sure that government takes this message very seriously. And the narrative changes, but also creates a facilitative environment. So where we have challenges with the law, make sure that we are easing the registration processes, we are making it facilitative for the NGO sector. So I really needed to say this so that, our colleagues from the Office of the President, Office of Ministry of Finance and local government take the message back. And most importantly, of course, Ministry of Defense as well. Yeah? Sometimes the raids come from there. And then lastly, in my village, we were promised electricity and water. And then they told us that we are too poor, we can't afford. Actually, they asked us, so if we bring electricity, in our language, they said, Nohora Gatas, who is going to connect? And I said, but whose problem is that? Who has created these poor people? You have a dual responsibility of giving us the service, but also enabling us to afford the service. And we cannot be productive if we don't do this. So I've told our members of parliament, our representative in the constituency, that as a village we have decided, and this is a message of course to the LC5, but also the Office of the President, we shall vote properly only if we get electricity and water in that village. So thank you so much. I would like now to hand over to the Ministry of Local Government, and we'll go until the Ministry of Finance.
Okay, thank you very much, Facilitator, and I would like to thank everybody for their comments, and also those who supported and tried to give explanation to some of the issues that were raised. Thank you very much. I'm just going to answer about 4 of them, which relate, or which border the Ministry of Local Government. The first one is the question of deepening decentralization, supposed to transfer power and resource allocation and accountability to local government. And the answer there is, this is really happening because the district councils have the power to pass the budget. They have the power to make all the decisions at the local government. You also know that the local governments have district service commissions. They're the ones who employ people in their local governments. There's the log pack, which does accountability for the local government resources. And then there's also the district land board. Now, bringing down to the LC2, when you look at the PDC, the way the PDC is led is the LC2 chairman is actually the chairman of the PDC. PDC is Parish Development Committee. And the other members are actually youth, women, elderly, and the secretary is the parish chief. So this is actually a government of its own at the parish. And that's why they're able to oversee the activities of the Parish Development Committee, circle, the PDM circle. So we could say that yes, this is happening. The only probably the take home is the proposal from the honourable MP that we may have to revisit the Local Government Act to entrench this in the Local Government Act as one of the structures in the Local Government Act. The second one I'll answer is PDM for all the rural areas, not urban areas. The answer is no. PDM is for all Uganda. Where you have a parish, you substitute with the name cell when you're in an urban area. So the equivalent of a parish is a cell in what? Sorry, a ward is a ward in the urban area. So wards and parishes are treated the same. Maybe important to mention here is there are certain activities that we believe that the urban people can do and over and above agriculture. For example, value addition. The issue of, for example, selling the chicken, buying the chicken from the rural people and roasting them. This is what you can do under PDM in the urban setting. So this is just an example. Or maybe being the, how do you call it, the buying produce and selling produce. So this is what somebody can do at the urban setting. The other one which is related is about the young people. Sorry, the people with disability. And
so as my we get choked some. So me, I'll respond to the issue of the farmers' frustration. It just came up where we are producing so many pineapples and mangoes and they don't go into real products that can get into the shelves. It's so frustrating. Actually, when you get outside there and you see, I was surprised to see that even tomatoes are coming from Kenya. And yet our people here plant tomatoes. So the issue is, how do we get it right? I think that's what we need to address. Because you produce Irish potatoes, they tell you these are not good for chips. Then you go to Cafe Javas, everybody, all our money is used to buy chips from the Irish potato that has been imported from Kenya. So I think the issue takes us back, and that's why me strongly, and the message I came with in this meeting is, can we get to the drawing board collectively and construct a theory of change? We need to ask ourselves, what is it that we are getting right and what is it that we are getting wrong and why? So that at the end of the day, our people are properly guided to produce what is going to bring value to them. Because it will be frustrating to give out money to people to go there and plant anyhow, and then when it comes to selling, you have seen our maize being rejected in South Sudan and other areas. So we need to move together, including the civil society for advocacy and also the private sector. How best can we get it right? How can we get the right seed for people to plant? That's in input, and also the pests, and how can we apply them? The fertilizers, because at times people are buying things that are going actually to kill. They spray because they're in the village, have not gotten good information. They end up spraying what they have produced, and at the end of the day, they lose value. So it's still, and I see the Parish development model as the best vehicle to take us back to the drawing board and get it right so that our people are properly guided. But I can stop there and my colleague conclude.
Okay, thank you for stepping in. I'm sorry for that. So I was addressing the third point, which is the issue of people with disability and the difficulty of local governments identifying who qualifies to be a member of the PWD community. So here my guidance is that you need to work with the district community development officer, because they have guidelines on who falls where, and so they should be able to guide you and say, okay, look, this person should qualify as the PWD or not. On the issue of structures and the youth not benefiting on the 30%, that was my understanding of the question. and so my guidance there is that my position is we are going to do monitoring. The idea was what the guidelines provide for is 30% of the PRF goes to women, 30% goes to the youth, 10% goes to people who are elderly, 10% goes to people with disability, and then 20% goes to others. Others majorly could be men and other people who don't fall in those categories. So what we are going to be doing when we are doing our parish by parish monitoring, which I've been mentioning to you, is also to establish whether the disbursements are actually being done in line with those guidelines. So when we realize there's a problem, I guess we'll have to find a way of addressing it. Probably we'll have to train or try to find a way of making sure that they follow the guidelines. Number 5, there was the question of the need to strengthen parish chiefs at the parish, and the need for central government to leave local governments to run the PDM model. And I would say that, okay, this is feedback, but what you should know is that the parishes are actually, they've been strengthened. First of all, there are parishes that did not have parish chiefs completely. Now, we have ensured that all parishes and wards have parish chiefs. Number 2, the qualification of the parish chief was raised from, I don't know what it was, but now to be a parish chief, you have to have at least a minimum of a diploma. Number 3, we have set up the Parish Development Committee, which is supposed to give political oversight to the parish chief in the parish. So you would say, in a nutshell, that you have a small government in the what? In the parish. So, but if there is more recommendations, we can as well take it. Probably in terms of financing, maybe that could be what could be added there. On the issue of central government, leaving local governments run PDM, I will say that it is actually the local governments that are running PDM as we speak. All that we are doing at central government is to oversee, to popularize, and to make sure that we give them what? We give them guidance. That is the work that we do at the center. At the end of the day, at the parish, you find that it's the parish development, the PDM circle members who decide who benefits from the money. When you talk about the financial pillar, they sit, they agree. It's not the local government, neither is it the ministry. So in a way, parish development has gone down there. Even the monitoring by parish that I've been talking about will actually be done by the local governments themselves. We are not going to go from the center to go and monitor every parish. We would never finish. These are 10,594 parishes. But the monitoring is going to be done at the local government, and all that we are going to do is to compile the reports and understand and be able to give better recommendations. So thank you very much.
My next response is on issue of insurance versus PDM intervention, but I'm sure my colleague will talk more about insurance, because from Julius's presentation, it was indicated as one of the interventions of Pillar 3. So, but I agree that insurance needs to be addressed. First of all, it would develop the insurance sector. Secondly, it would also mitigate the losses that come from the beneficiaries that are incurred by that are faced by the beneficiaries of the program. But more to that, to my colleague who is the driver of Pillar 3. Then there was an issue of why Pillar 3 and not any other. Well, me, I'm not the PSST. who said it was politically sexy. But I would also add that it's actually economically sexy. Because when you build a base of very strong circles at the grassroots, and you make access to financing very easy for the population, for the populace, and especially the communities that are unbanked, then you are actually creating one of the key drivers for socio-economic transformation. So, to me, I agree that Pillar 3 should actually be strengthened, and we should have access to funding, financing at the grassroots being eased by this Pillar 3, because this money goes and does not come back. In the past, we used to have like YRP. Money would go, they would recover it and comes back to the central bank. Then there would be the bureaucracy and red tape to revert it back. But this time money goes and it remains at the grassroots, which to me I think is super. So it is something that we should encourage. Politically it could be sexy, but economically too it is. Then the issue of saying this is, could this be a gift from His Excellency the President? I think we have all agreed here that really this is not a gift from the President. This is a tested model that we are trying to test, and we are committed to working together to make it work so that it can transform our society from a peasantry community to an economically vibrant economy. Then there was an issue, yes, I agree with my brother here, that the issue of M&E, first of all, PDM should leverage from all efforts that are going on from the civil society, from central government agencies that are in charge of monitoring and evaluation, from even the local government themselves. The challenge we have here is that everybody looks for new money. But these interventions are already there. Some of those efforts are already supported. So we are saying, how can the existing systems of government be leveraged, the intervention or support PDM interventions, so that we are all able to manage for results. And to that effect, I would like actually to challenge the NGO forum, the host today. Get us your recommendations from this gathering that you think are actionable. We shall bring them, we shall include them in the cabinet paper that we have submitted to cabinet, so that the political leadership and the executive of this country can look at them and possibly pronounce themselves on them. Because I believe that we have done justice to the discussions, and really our contributions should not go in vain. Then Francis spoke to the issue, still it is an issue to do with conceptualization. How do we get it right? Because your worry was, let us not go and get World Bank loans, and then our children are going to the World to go to the Gen Zs will start saying, who told you to get this loan? The issue is, once we get things right, they will result into productivity, and then the country will grow, especially if we get rid of the biggest portion of our population remaining into subsistence. So once it transits into the money economy, then we also anticipate that production-wise, when we aggregate it, is going to increase, and thus the GDP of the country will boost, and hopefully jobs will be created, and we shall evolve, and then we shall be able to pay those loans. The impression I get from this gathering is that PDM is a very good vehicle for socio-economic transformation, and it's the message I carry. And also, On the issue of provision of social services, first of all, Chris was comparing the past and the present, but we should also know that the population has grown from, I think, when NRM came to power. Was it around the 16 or something? We are now talking of 46. So we should appreciate. Much as the interventions go out there to provide social services everywhere, I think all we need to do is to prioritize based on the ecological zone and also knowledge of what is needed where. Because, for instance, I'll give you an example of water for production. We recently concluded a study and on commercialization of agriculture, and we established that all the interventions that the Ministry of Water and Ministry of Water and Environment has done is all the irrigation schemes we hear and we see the budgets and what only cover 1% of the irrigatable area of the whole country called Uganda, when we have this kind of environment. So actually I also urge you that as we advocate for money to go to Pillar 3, we should also advocate for money to be allocated to interventions like water for production. Because in this country, if we have adequate irrigation facilities, we can actually have production throughout the year. And our production will be very, the output will be very amazing. So, but these are things we can continuously continue to discover. I would like to inform my brother Chris. You know, we used to sit in the same class, and when we were there, it was like government and opposition. But here I see we are talking as brothers, and we are really charting ways of seeing how best we can implement this program. Chris would make sure that he impeaches every contribution I put on the floor because I'm from President's office. But and he was from the civil society. And partly he made me think that civil society is there to criticize everything. But now I can strongly believe that actually government can work with the civil society and we move forward the agenda of transformation. And I would like to end by inviting the civil society and the private sector that in the office of the president we have a forum, actually a platform where you have a seat as civil society, the private sector to come and present or anything you want to present called the Apex platform. So we can always work together. It's an annual program, and whatever we come up with, we send it to cabinet for decision making. So it is a good platform for the civil society to come and we dialogue like we have done today, come up with good recommendations that are actionable so that they can inform decisions at the executive level. I submit.
Thank you very much, my colleagues, the Minister of Local Government and Office of the President. I thank you all for the many comments that have come in. I wanted from the onset to agree with Jonas that we need to compress this conversation in two themes and probably dedicate a whole session like this to discuss one theme. Because many of the questions actually have very loaded answers. If we are to unpack and explain the thinking behind some of these decisions or discussions. So, first I will skim through the questions and touch a bit of everything, but ultimately, in terms of being constructive, I think there are some very big themes that you would help us by providing policy recommendations so that government can pick them up. So I'll quickly run through this. First, the issue, I think from the morning, there is this thing of emphasizing Pillar 3. This was never the design of the PDM. The PDM, each pillar was sequenced to intervene at a certain time. First, Pillar 7 came in and recruited parish chiefs. So the administrative structures of the local government. Secondly, we sent in Ministry of Gender with the communication and change management, mindset change pillar. They went in and had regional and then had district interventions. And then their assumption was that it would be too costly to speak to everyone. So create structures that can take the message down. So those ones went in. And then we had a community information system. This is the system we use, which is the Parish Development Model Management Information System. This system was supposed to profile every community in terms of infrastructure, people, poverty levels, and everything. It was a very expensive exercise. We did about 50%, then changed to the model to say, let's profile whoever gets money. So whoever gets money is very well profiled because we could not profile the whole country. In any case, we knew that the census was coming and we would pick some of this information from the census. And then it's at that point that between Pillar 3 and Pillar 1 would come in with the Chivaro, with the zoning, with the business development services, and then ultimately money is disbursed. But in parallel, infrastructure and social services, we assume, could be going on all the way. So in terms of design, it is not that emphasis is Pillar 3, but we all get excited with money. I would even challenge that a forum like this should start putting pressure on other pillars directly. Go to the leadership of those pillars and start challenging them. Let's monitor the way they are. You know, we must create levels of accountability to deliver these pillars. Otherwise, everyone easily thinks money will be stolen, money will be misused, but we are not facilitating the complete conversation. So really about the design, there's nothing wrong with the design. Mindset change is not anybody's singular responsibility. And if you ask me, the best people to deliver mindset change are politicians. Mr. Chairman and Honorable, you are the best people to deliver mindset change. Technical people get lost into their technical processes. So you probably have to get someone special to talk about mindset change. But when they listen to their leaders, they easily understand what we are talking about. But it's collective responsibility. Technical do it, politicians do it, but it's a continuous activity. Now, someone asked, I think it was Maxwell, talked about the issue of markets, and I think Julius Mufunda also talked about it. If we had markets, even us in College would actually go to production. Once there is an incentive, we will even drop. People will not even aspire to be members of parliament. They would go to produce vegetables because they are demanded. That's wealthy. Apart from a few who have already made enough money, and then probably now will normalize. The real people will be going into politics, protecting interests, and then the rest of us will be into wealth creation. So the issue of markets is the theme that I wish this forum was delivering a list of markets. By region, by, that's the level of engagement. And for me, I wish we can take this beyond these normal suggestions to actual concrete challenges to government to say, there is this market. Why is Kenya supplying Congo? Yet we are the neighbor. In this product, we should be the ones going there with South Sudan. So, then the issue of the perception that this program is political. Can I say it without any fear of contradiction, that all programs are political? So, there should not even be any caution or apology. This program is in a manifesto. You elected this person on account of a manifesto. Now he's come to deliver this promising socio-economic transformation. And he started in 2001, just after election. So what he was then targeting 2016, then at any one time everything will be the political program. Because government is always spending money The budget is a representation of the priorities of the sitting government. So, for me, I don't think that's the conversation. The conversation is whether the program is good, how best can we do it, how do we deliver ourselves in terms of socio-economic transformation using this political program. So, kindly, let's be fair to the politicians. They've given us a program, they've given us the money, we are supposed to make it work. Now, in terms of the cooperative bank, well, good conversation. Some people look at that as, we've already done this analysis. If we give the money to PDM as planned, over the next 5 years, it would have more capitalization than any bank in this country, apart from Stanbic and Centenary Bank. They're the only ones above 6 trillion. The rest are below 6 trillion. So, in terms of the size of this bank, it would be about 5 trillion. Even if you allow normal losses and, because there will be some interest paid and all these things, we can still say even if we had 3 trillion, we would have a very solid foundation for bank. But the bank does not necessarily mean brick and mortar, cooperative bank. When we digitize, the way we digitize, today we have all the information on who has what money, who has loaned to who, and it's a matter of saying, okay, now who owns this bank? Is it parishes? Is it government creating a structure? Because now the money is for the people. So they would have to either buy shares or something like that. But for me, I would not even be bothered about that conversation now. If we are very well organized, it organically emerges. And but there is a lot of conversation on the sustainability phase. If you saw the 3 phases my colleague from Chibuku talked about them, this is stabilization. The next phase is sustainability. Now we have thoughts around sustainability, and I think we'll cross over. Next financial year we are talking sustainability, and you'll see the kind of ideas. Data, analytics, and AI, definitely yes. That's why we're emphasizing technology. Today, we profile the person digitally, we pay the person digitally, we monitor the person digitally. We have 3 subsystems. There's a system we've worked out with Internal Security Organization. It has been collecting data, and I'm sure people from the districts know. I'm sure they've been to Chibuku or Budaka or somewhere. They've been collecting data on all beneficiaries. They take the picture, the national ID, the project the person claims they did. They collect the amount the person says they received. If they give you 1 million and you received the 950, we are interested in 950 so that we can account for the difference. Now, those 3 systems talk to each other. So it would be very easy to know that someone borrowed to do poultry, but actually they did piggery. That may not be a big vice, or they did nothing. So, digitization is there. We run daily metrics, and I think I would really discourage people who are running away from technology. I would encourage that we all sound that train. Now, the skepticism is because of what happened to other programs and overlap. True, it's human nature. Once bitten, twice shy. But let me make it clear that PDM is not overlapping any program. If I had time, Mr. Moderator, I would have shown you how much money there is in this economy and for what. At the highest end, government is investing money in companies. I'm sure you've heard of Tiak Sugar and all these big, through UDC, Uganda Development Corporation. We put money as government. Then we have UDB. It puts money in large and medium manufacturing. Then you have commercial banks who lend money to businessmen. That's money. It may be private sector, but also government has a component through its 3 banks. They are also there. Then you have microfinance support center. It gives money to Nyoga and to circles so that they are capitalized. Then you have the various tiers of banks and microfinance in there to give people private sector. Then you have now, remember, you have, whoever I've mentioned probably has some collateral. They can go and borrow. They have some land or some title or some group guarantee. But the person we are targeting, we even put money in a small business recovery fund post-COVID, which is at Bank of Uganda. There is money there. Now, the person we are targeting under PDM is the landless bottom of the pyramid. That person cannot even borrow. He only earns to survive, if he earns at all. So this is not, there is no overlap between PDM and any of those tiers. So I wanted to make that clear. But I also wanted to say that when you look at PDM, it's not the beginning of wealth creation. There have been many interventions. And if you look at PDM, it has picked so many lessons from the other wealth creation initiatives. And we keep monitoring these. Are we going back? And we keep flagging these, that if we go this way, we are going back to the other program. So, government is aware and cautious about this. I also don't agree with the submission that we will go into implementation without clear policies. PDM is a very structured program. It starts from the manifesto, it's an NDP, there is a very clear implementation framework, and there are guidelines by pillar, and there are even regular guidelines. What is true is that they keep changing. And if you look at the changes, they are necessary changes. It's in the nature of development, but you evaluate and say, no, this doesn't work. So if you see danger, you don't wait and say, I'm not supposed to change guidelines. No. None of these, there's no change of guidelines without going to cabinet. They've gone through the whole policy process and they are changing. But the frequency has reduced. At the beginning, they were more frequent. Now, stabilization phase. We, Honorable, used a very interesting word, over-circularizing. And still, the notion that we should have used the existing circles. My submission is that it wouldn't be any different from what we've delivered. This PDM circle, if you look at it, all circles by law are member-owned. People have to pay membership. All these circles, they have to pay some membership. They have to self-govern. They have to. The law guides that. So we had to create a special circle. And we worked with Ministry of Cooperatives and Attorney General. And within the law, we fitted in this special purpose PDM circle. It's a multi-purpose circle, but it complies with the law, but slightly different from all circles. First, it does not exclude anyone. Whether you have money to pay or not, you can join. You don't have to save at the start. So a typical circle is that every month you must save. This is not. So there is no way the existing circle could deliver that. So we are not over-circularizing. Probably this is the last circle we are creating. Now, PDM for urban, I think it makes a very strong point. Having PDM across the country, you know, when you are doing universal planning, sometimes it becomes very difficult to pick every unique case in the country. Urban is different from rural, but characteristics are almost similar. Now, the implementation challenges along the way, of course, we've also profiled. We have a paper for cabinet showing the difference in urban. Migration, people don't stay where they were, unlike rural. We even have certain people like Minister of Defense. She talked about soldiers' wives. Soldiers are on rotation. You move from Summit View there, you got money from Kampala, and they post you to Moroto, but you've gone with money from Kampala. So the characteristics of urban, it's even agro. PDM is very agro-based. So in urban, it will be more of services and value addition because they won't go deep into agriculture. But we have a whole paper on uniqueness. People talk about numbers. We try to use statistics and say the urban poor sometimes are not as poor as the rural poor. There are many, but they may not be as poor. because every service here is paid for. Now, of course, some of them, the way they earn is unethical, but there is a whole paper going to cabinet on that. Our focus on money, saving money. Financial inclusion pillar is not only handling money. We have 6 components. And if we had time, we would elaborate each of them. We have business development services. We have systems. These systems we are seeing of financial inclusion. We have agro insurance. We have 6 pillars, 6 components. Now, for us as a pillar, we are actually managing all the 6 components, including capitalization of circles. That is only one of the components, of the aspects. But we are mindful and working on all the pillars. Actually, the only component we've not handled as a pillar, or which we are beginning conversation, is insurance. And I'm happy my colleague here also touched it. It's a dicey issue. We have Agro Insurance Consortium. They've given an offer of 50,000 per circle, per beneficiary. So you pay 50,000, they cover you for 2 years from the 50,000. You lose your money in the 12th or 14th year, they'll pay you 1 million. Now, and you can only benefit once in 2 years. So, but now, the narrative that came around is that Agriculture Insurance Consortium is extorting money from beneficiaries. So, we have to manage the political economy and the dynamics. But the conversation is on and we are going through the formal structures. Now, my Gen Z there, the youth, my colleague is a youth, like me. Now, there is so much money for the youth. Let's not even say they are out of scope and left out. YLP was here, it was only for the youth. Emyoga. This for the youth, largely. For do others do. PDM, it is a whole quarter for the youth. And by the way, when you get as a youth, it doesn't exclude you as a woman or as a man. You are either. You are not only elderly. There you are not. But even if you are youth, in fact, some circles, the good thing with data, we are now able, because we use your national ID, someone said falsification of information. We use your national ID to determine your age. Now with the data, we know how many youth have got money. Statistically, so on the dashboard, we know how many elderly have got money. Yes. Now he's also bringing the issue of sects by religion. But the Maracha raised the issue of the elderly also. I think these two are related. Although I saw someone who was claiming that they have spectacles, so they are disabled. That's where the community development officer, there must be a government structure that's certified, so that they are organized and they know themselves. But the elderly and the youth and the disabled know themselves. And I'm told in many communities it's not a contentious issue. Domestication of PDM, that's what we want the 3 commodity model. We don't want to do everything because it worked in Chibuku, it should work here. Just do what you are used to, but don't over spread. Now, yes, chairperson Uganda, I think he has gone. The one who was questions there, chairing the local government, Uruga, I think, is here, right? Now, that's the challenge. We normally face that in Parliament. A committee, someone asks a question, as soon as he asks, he steps out. So then the next time you come, you will be saying the same thing. I wanted to respond to him, but I will. But I want to assure the local governments that are here that if there are challenges with systems, don't even sit with them. We are here. They are service desks. If they are not efficient, we make them efficient. But my prayer is that these systems have been here for 1 year. They are starting. Eventually, when we started using mobile money, it looked like a trick. Some people have just even joined mobile money after so many years. But with time, I can tell you that by November, 200 billion had gone through in November last year. The time you are doing statistics, Jonas. 200 billion, 220 billion by November had gone through the mobile wallet, and there was no challenge. The challenges are always there. But when you say it's a challenge, then the thing cannot, there is no solution really. We need to change policy. But when you see the trend now, you have already those who used it last financial year, so for them it's easy. Now the challenge is the new ones who are coming on, being onboarded. So, of course, there are still challenges of, say, network, but I can tell you, if I had chance, I would have shown you the statistics and the use of the wallet. From Moroto, Nakapiripiri to Toro, everyone is using it corner to corner, from Karangara to Nebi to Arua. Everyone is using it. Literally every district. Now, what is emerging is that as it will deepen its use, the support is just to the neighbor. You can see it on the groups, that when someone has a challenge, he's supported by his colleague. So it reduces on the learning, because they listen to their colleagues. But this is a new innovation. It works. Of course, we have challenges of agents. So that is why Centenary Bank is integrated now, and Stanbic Bank is integrating. Because now the PDM beneficiaries can leverage the network of agents of Centenary Bank and Stanbic. And Centenary Bank is already integrated. It's been a long journey, but we are there. So we are not running away from the challenges. We listen to all these challenges on a daily, but we address them. And I should also tell you that in my day life, for the last 20 years, I've been managing systems. So if you've heard of IFMIS, if you've heard of all these systems at Ministry of Finance, they're under my directorate. So I am almost sure that what we are experiencing is what every system experiences. We need to communicate more, we need to serve the people better, and now we have a different clientele, which is people who are some literate, illiterate, semi-literate. So the conversation has to be a little deeper and probably more localized. But in terms of systems, I think it's the way to go. Now, falsification of data. There's a lady there who wanted to know how government is misleading. It's saying 3.5 million, are they what, are they what? I think government is very clear. I don't know which script you are reading. It's saying 39%, which is 3.5 million households. It's not saying individuals. It's not saying anything. It's saying 3.5 million households. It's not individuals. So I don't know, maybe you are reading a different script, but that's in all our text. It says 3.5 million households. Strengthening parishes, I think my colleague there has talked about it. And the others are, like I said, kindly compress this conversation into areas that can guide policy or refine policy. We are all ears, and all my colleagues here have said it. We like this feedback and we use it. Now, I was also delegated by PSST to deliver. But I'll keep it very short. I think many of the issues we've discussed. Honorable members, chairpersons of districts, all distinguished participants in your respective capacities, on behalf of government and on behalf of all my colleagues here, we would like to thank you for this engagement. NGO Forum, we commend you for this, and we hope we can engage more in this kind of sessions. To our colleagues who are probably most remembered for what they've not done, yet they are the real soldiers. These focal persons of PDM, the implementers there, we want to commend you. You're doing a very good job, and I think we need more commendations than battering. Someone asked, what does success look like? And I thought I needed to clarify on what success looks like for us from a planning perspective. We are looking at success as 10,594 prosperous parishes. All households must play in the money economy. We must see an emergency of a sustainable middle class. We must see strong value chains that link farmers to capital, quality agriculture inputs, storage, processors, and buyers or markets. We must see sustainable farmer organizations and PDM circles. And we want to see a busy, productive, and financially literate, useful population. We also want to see online real data, online real-time data for planning and decision making. I've emphasized it through here, but as long as we don't have information, we will continue shooting in the dark. You target the wrong people, you give the same people twice. On PDMIs, you cannot give a person money twice because you have a national ID as a unique identifier, and I'm sure the chairman can testify, or him. Whoever has gone onto the system, whether you migrate from Kalanga and go to Koboko, you can't go to Koboko Circle and get money. No. And that is why we need automation. So for us, that is success. So, in conclusion, colleagues, I want us to talk and think wealth creation, wealth creation, wealth creation. It's not distribution of funds. Let's talk about organization, collaboration, and decentralization. So the role of central government in this should be very clear. It's policy, it is sending money, capitalization, but a lot of the functions should be decentralization. Let's talk about community empowerment. Let's talk about effective program monitoring and feedback. And colleagues, I think it's for all of us to have a shared legacy and shared prosperity. I thank you.
So the meeting has been closed, but really, let me invite you to thank the panelists, both the first panel and the second panel. And may I also request you to really thank all the MDA representatives, ministries, departments, and agencies of government for coming. Our colleagues from the districts of Ibanda, Budaka, Yumbe, Maracha, and Chibuku. Thank you for traveling a long distance to be with us. So thank you so much for coming. And all civil society representatives that are in the room, thank you for hosting this conversation. And to the team at NGO Forum that put this together, thank you for always upholding the quality that we have ever delivered. Thank you.